All right, hello everyone. I am back after a long time, and that's because I just could not decide on what to build next, and I was just kind of getting tired of building mostly web stuff, although I enjoy it. So that's why I have actually created something very special. It's got a lot of stuff in it, and you guys will learn a lot. And this is basically front end, back end, and mobile app development, iOS, yes, all in one. So you guys will really appreciate it. So before we go, one thing I do see is a lot of, as you can see, people that come in that are not subscribed. So I would greatly appreciate is if you can subscribe, like, share. That's the only thing I'm asking there. That's it. I'm not asking anything else. But anyway, so let's go ahead and see what we have built. So what we have is, this is actually a very practical app, and the purpose of this app is you see stray animals on the street, and you know, they definitely need a home. So the way this app works is we have this kind of admin dashboard place where, let's say, people, they will go and take a photo of the pet, like the lost pet, and then they will submit a photo and along with their info, name, phone number, and that gets passed on to our server. Then our server will just see it now. You can log into the dashboard. Let's say we have inspectors. They're going to log in and they will see who submitted the request and then where it came from. So we are going to capture the GPS coordinates of the submitting user. So you're going to see how we can do that in the background on iOS. And at the same time, we will also be able to see how we can capture a photo and submit that. So let's log in and see this in action. So by the way, this is NextAuth, and we have a custom login page. So I'm going to log in. Cool. So as you can see, this is our dashboard. On the top, we have tickets that, let's say, who completed, assigned, unassigned, that's happening. We have, you know, a hello, a logout. All right, so here's the meat of this app. By the way, the UI is Shadcn, and this is Shadcn, I think Shadcn React table. So it comes pretty much, the whole package comes with it. So as you can see, we have a lot of things happening. So we have bulk action, so you can delete or mark a ticket complete. And at the same time, we have this image, so I can click on it, boom, it loads up here. So this image is basically stored on Firebase. I can close it, and this is the person who submitted the ticket. Yes, James Bond. This is their phone number, and then who is this assigned to? So that's one of our inspector. So let's say I take this ticket, I'm gonna go assign. Then we can select the name here. Let's say I can type John Doe, boom, gets assigned and gets updated. And you can see it gets updated here as well. I can take this and watch this. It's going to get updated. I can unassign it. Boom, that gets updated. Then we also have a map view, and I can click on it, and we have a custom map view with a custom tile, a card. So I put this dummy data, but you can put whatever you want. I'm going to close it. What else you can do? You can come and delete a ticket. So I can say delete, boop, that deletes. And we can do unassign and mark it complete, and boop, there you go, 2 tickets completed. So, and then also you have a search. I can search. I think that's pretty cool, and we can log out. And now let's look at the mobile app. All right, so here I am on my iPhone, and then so we have created a nice icon for this app, and when I click on it, boop, it launches our app. So pretty simple. And the colors are kind of matching the pet kind of niche. So as you can see with this button, the idea is, let's say somebody using this app on the street, they see a pet that needs to be rescued. They can hit take photo, and it's gonna bring up this camera. So we have a custom viewfinder, and you're gonna see how we can write this code. I can take a photo, and then comes up right here. So let's say I don't like this, or it was blurry. I can hit again, go somewhere else, take it. There you go. So now the photo is taken. I can hit next. So now this is where I'm going to submit my info. So I'm going to, for example, say, I can say Jack Doe. I'm going to type in my phone number. So this is where we're using a custom library to parse the phone number and present it in a nice way. Then I can do Jack at gmail.com. All right, so I have the terms and conditions. So since you're capturing the user GPS data in the background, you want to put this here, or you want to just say put the camera, since we're doing the camera work. So let's say I disagree and I hit submit. It's going to say you must accept terms and conditions. So all these fields we're validating, making sure that they're filled in accordingly. And here you can see how the green check means I've done that. So now I'm going to hit submit. Submitting ticket, and boom, ticket submitted, fields got cleared. Now let's look at the front end and see what we have. All right, so I'm going to come back here and we're going to do Jack. Got too excited. Close. And there you go. This is the ticket that was just submitted. And here's the photo. It's coming straight from Firebase. Yep, that's very dirty. I got to clean that up. But there you go. We have a new ticket. And then again, we can assign it to someone. We can see the GPS coordinates. And that's all coming through nicely. So for storing the data, we're using MongoDB. And for the images, we're using Firebase. So there you have it, guys. A complete package, front end, back end, mobile app development, all in one. And we'll be touching on a lot of technologies. For example, it's using Next.js 14, the latest and greatest. Then we'll be using NextAuth for doing the auth, and we're using a custom sign-in and registration page. Then we are also going to be using some utilities. We will be also using Firebase. We'll be using MongoDB, and we'll be using Shadcn for the UI. You will see how we can use custom components, and there's a lot of things actually in this one. So on the iOS side, we'll be using iOS, of course, new iOS, and building the app. You'll see SwiftUI, and you will see how we can have custom colors, how we can upload app icons, how we can have images, and how we can capture GPS data in the background using tasks, how we can take code from Apple for the camera, and how we can make it our own and have the camera viewfinder and work with that efficiently. So I hope you guys are excited. This is such an amazing tutorial. I put a lot of effort into it. You can see by the hours how long the video is. So I hope you guys learned something. And again, like, subscribe, and share, and that's it. Let's dive into it then. Let's start it with the web portion of it. And first things first, we're gonna go ahead and install the Next.js. So you're gonna go to the Next.js website and go to installation. And the command we want to run is Next.js create next app at latest. So let that run. All right, so it's saying need to install the following packages. We'll say yes. And what's your project name? We're gonna say pet rescue YT. And would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. ESLint? Yes. Tailwind CSS? Yep. Okay, we're just gonna go pretty much with the default settings. And we will say no. All right, so let this run. All right, so now that the installation is complete, we're gonna go into the folder and we're gonna open it in VS Code. And here we are. So let's open the go to app, and I hope the font size is good enough. I think that's probably comfortable. All right, so you know, this is Next.js app, and basically, you know, I'm sure you can go read more online. I'm not just going to waste your time, but it's got the front end, back end all in one, and it uses React. So I think I should increase the font size or the size of this as well. All right, so we'll be installing dependencies as we go. But the first thing I want to show you guys, if you go to package.json, it is next 14.0.1, and React DOM is 18, version 18, and React is 18. Let's run this app, and the way to do it is just to npm run dev. All right, so it's running on 3000. let's try to organize this so we can. All right, so let's go to page.tsx and see if we're gonna get rid of everything, and we are just gonna put this. So let's save it, and you get this blank screen. All right, so I don't need this. Also, I'm gonna get rid of this, and you will see that the first thing we're gonna do is just gonna have a sign-in component. All right, so what we need is we need to install NextAuth, and because that's what we'll be using for our login and authentication actually. So I'm gonna bring this up, and let's do npm install, and we are gonna do NextAuth. Next-auth. All right, so I have this specific version because I don't know what version you will have by the time this video is out. So we're gonna do 4.24.4. all right, that's that. And then what we also need to install is, let's just install that, MongoDB. So we can say install MongoDB, and the version that I have here is 6.1.0, and I also need to install Mongoose to make it easier to talk to the MongoDB, and the version that I have is 7.5.3. Cool. All right, so now that these dependencies are installed, all right, so for UI I'll be using Shadcn. Started, you pretty much just come here, Shadcn installation Next.js is this. All right, so we're gonna copy and paste. And would you like to use CSS variables? Sure. All right, so here it's saying what's your tailwind.config.js located. Since we are using TypeScript, so what we have is TS. So what we can do is we can say tailwind.config.ts, right? So tailwind config.ts. So I'm gonna say yes. Cool. So that is done. So if I come over here to my tailwind config CSS, you see it did all this, and on top of that, it actually makes a components folder. And as we install components, it's gonna bring them here. So to give you an example, oh, by the way, so this is how we can set the fonts. So by the way, let's do this now. So I'm gonna go, so it says do it in your root layout. All right, so I'm gonna go to my layout.tsx, which kind of wraps everything. And what we can do is do basically this. Let me close this. Okay, so that's the one that we already have. I'm gonna comment that out. All right, and then what we need to do is export const font blah blah blah, and we're gonna export that here. Okay, and then on the body we're gonna put this. All right, so here's my body. I'm gonna bring this down here, and we're gonna do, all right, so we need to we already have this. So what we need is we're gonna come over here, take this out, and let's copy, actually just copy this whole thing, and we're gonna put this here. Okay, so now it's saying cn, there you go. So we got our cn. Okay, kind of organize it a bit. All right, so now it's complaining about the inter, so we probably don't need this. Okay, so I'm gonna save, and I think that should be it. All right, so so you also want to then configure your tailwind at config.ts. So I'm gonna come here, and if we look for font family, okay, we don't have it, so we need to add it. All right, so we're gonna, so it's under theme, so we don't have font family, sorry. So we'll do font family, and let's put this. and we need to bring font family on the top. I know guys, this is kind of boring, but you kind of have to do this. You know, that's the whole point of software development. All right, so there you go. So that is taken care of. I'm going to save it. And then that's our app structure, which I just showed you guys. So as we install components, it's going to show up here, and that's it. So let's add a button. There you go. So that's the first thing we're going to do. So that's how you add components. We're going to come here, copy this, and I'm going to open my terminal, and we're going to do boop. Okay, so as you can see, the button has been added, and now what you can do is, let's go to page.tsx and see if we can quickly use this button. So I'm going to say button. So you see how it's coming from components button UI, and we can say click me. I'm going to save it, and let's run this. Okay, so it looks like we have an error with our styles. So let's see what's going on. So if I go to layout.tsx, I realized that we were already importing the global.css, so we didn't need to import it again. So that's why that's where that problem was coming from. And now, now as you can see, the button is showing up. So let's do some configuration under the app. What I need is a folder. I'm going to call it auth. Okay, then I'm going to create another folder. We're going to call it API, and then I'm going to create one more folder, and it's called dashboard, like so. And well, we will need more, so we will add them. So we already have the libs, which is good. All right, so within the dashboard, I'm going to create a new file, and let's call it page.tsx. All right, so by the way, one thing I forgot to mention is you guys should install these extensions, which will really help with your coding. So for example, I have this React function, basically these snippets. So as you type them, they will just quickly type the code for you. So if I come here and if I look at install, let's forget about that. And so here you want to install this ES7 plus, that's the one you want to install. ESLint you want to install. I have MongoDB, and there's a Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So you guys can pause the screen now and install these to help you with, you don't really have to, but it's going to make coding a lot easier. So I just want to bring that up. All right, so I'm going to go back here. I'm going to minimize this, and we're going to call this the dashboard page. So if you hit tab, it's going to walk away from it. And as you can see, Next.js works on path, and the path is directly related to how you structure your folders, which is kind of good actually, because it helps you organize your code. So as you can see, I have the dashboard right here. All right, so on the dashboard, I'm going to have two things. Show the tickets. So let's see how we can do this. So let's start with stats. All right, so in here, I'm going to create a new, I guess, file, and let's call it stats.tsx. Okay, like so. And here we are. All right, so in here, we're going to install a couple of components from Shadcn. And if you come here, we're going to be installing the card, basically, and anything that comes with the card. So I'm gonna npm this. I'm gonna come here, open this here, and we're gonna install that. We have card, and then what I can do is I can close this, and what we can do is we can start adding it. So let's do rfce, and let's call this stats. All right, cool. So we're going to come here and we're going to do a div. So by the way, there's a cool trick you can do. In case you have like class names you want to type, you can do like this: div dot, and I'm going to do grid dot gap dash 4 dot md, and then I'm going to do grid dash columns dash 2, and then I'm going to do lg large grid dash columns dash 4. Okay, so basically these are Tailwind CSS classes. when we installed Next.js, so it came with Tailwind. So what we're saying, just create a grid with a gap of 4. On medium it's going to be 2 columns, on large it's going to be 4 columns. That's pretty much it. All right, so then what we can do is we can create a card. Okay, it's going to come from our Shadcn, and we're going to give it a class name of background orange -300, like so. And we're going to create a card header. So I'm going to quickly type these because I don't want you guys to just watch me type this HTML, because it's boring. All right, so here I have the card title, so I'm going to bring that in, card title. And so now here is a menu, and this is coming from React Icons. So why don't we go ahead and install React Icons. So we come here, and I can say npm install React Icons. All right, with that done, then I can come here and I can start using them. Okay, so let's see if it will bring this one. So I can say md fiber fiber new. No, so we can do import md fiber new from React Icons md. So md is, I think, for material, right? And then we need card content. Okay, and stats4. So stats4 is a function. So what we can do is we can come over here. I can say const stats4 is equal to token, and it's a string. So we're giving it a string, basically a token. Okay, so what basically it's saying is, so given, for example, a stats, let's say if we have new tickets, unassigned or assigned, it's going to give us a count. So that's what we're trying to do. You guys will see it when we have it up on the screen. So I can do const filter stats is equal to json.filter, and we can do stats id status is equal to token. So basically find all the tickets where the ID, the status is equal to the passed in token. And then what we can do is we can say return filter stats dot. So if we found anything, right? If we found anything, then return filter stats dot map stats dot count, and just give us the count. Otherwise, just return 0. Now, what is JSON? So the JSON is, that will be the, because we need to call our API. So that will be the response from that. So for now, I'm just going to do JSON will be stats. It's an array, and we're going to do an await and stats.json. Now you must be saying, well, okay, there's a lot of red stuff going on. So first, let's take care of this await. So that means this function will be async. Okay, so that should take care of that. And this should be equals to. Now what is stats? Well, stats is simply an interface. Okay, stats, this TypeScript, guys, so we need to do it this way. And we say status is a string, and then we do a count number, like that. All right, guys, so now what is stats? So stats is basically, there's gonna be a function, well, data from the backend. All right, so then const stats is equal to, for now, I'm just gonna do this, but we need to call our backend, and let's just give it any so that we get rid of these errors. I'm gonna save it. All right, so now nothing is showing up. So what we can do is we need to bring it here. I can say stats. Oops. And okay, so beautiful, we already have an error. Well, that's because it's not a function, remember. So we need to go back and see if we can just maybe fix this. So I think one thing we can do is honestly just do this for now. Okay, and that should hopefully, there you go. So that makes it happy. But we're gonna make a fetch request.
fetch request when we set up the database. All right, cool. So we got this one done. So now we're gonna have 4 tiles, so for different tickets. So what we can do is go back to the stats right here, and all we need to do is, I'm gonna make this bigger. We need to just replicate this 4 times. So let me do that. As you can see, so these are the 4 tickets, and by the way, it's responsive. So what we need to do is we need to then change the colors and the text. So let me do that. Cool. So as you can see, we have the new tickets, completed, assigned, and unassigned. So these are all 0. But as we get data from the database, then they're going to show up here. Beautiful. Okay, so now let's, I think, jump ahead and set up the schema for our database. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to come here, and outside of the app folder right here, we're going to set up the, let's set up, I'm going to do a new folder, and let's call it schemas, like so. All right, so within this schema, I'm going to create 2 files. One is ticket.typescript. So that's my ticket, and then the other is the user. That's going to represent the user. Then also, I'm also going to come here and create a new folder, and we're going to call it types. So make sure these are outside of the app folder. And in here, I'm going to create an index.ts file, and this is where we're going to specify our types. So first, I'm going to specify a type here. Let me copy and paste it here, because so all we have is just a ticket object, and I have ID, submitter name, phone, email, and blah blah blah. And then when we do the mobile part, then you guys will see, because we need to submit the GPS data of where the user saw the pet to be rescued, right? So that's why we need that. So lat long is basically just the type of coordinate and the coordinates themselves, right? If you want to store this in MongoDB, that's the kind of structure you want to follow. Then we also need the user. So the user would be basically, kind of like the inspector. That's gonna get the ticket assigned. And then finally, what we can do is have an enum also, so we can use this later on as we go along. All right, so here's our types, and now we're gonna go and start with the schemas. All right, so the first thing is we're gonna do the ticket schema, and the way you do this is you're gonna go say ticket schema is equal new schema. So this is coming from Mongoose, like that. All right, and the type of this is ticket. That's why we created that type. And now you want to define the properties. So the properties, for example, I'm gonna do this. So submitter name. So this matches with our type, right? Whatever we did here. So it matches with that. So all you're doing is just typing them again. And then assign inspector. Now assign inspector, the type is mongoose.types.object ID. Now, what we're trying to do is assign a ticket to an inspector. This is like a foreign key if you are familiar with other databases, but you will see the benefit of this is when we try to grab a ticket, it's going to grab the inspector with it, and it's going to make it really easy for us to process it. So it's just like, imagine you have a book, and a book has an author associated to it. So when you grab a book, the author just automatically comes with it. You don't have to then manually do that part. So that's why it's useful. And then we'll say it references the user. Okay, and let's just say default is null. So if it's null, then we know it's not assigned to anyone. Okay, so then the next is date of request. Type is date, and you can default this to date.now. So whenever the request was submitted, and resolve date, we have that. Okay, then the next one is status. All right, so this one is type of string. Now this string is like that. Okay, and default. Okay, default will be ticket. status, that's why we create that enum is new. Okay, and then when we get it, right, so this is a getter now function, we basically return the string representation of it. Okay, not sure if this is required, but I just added this so we get a string representation. And finally, then we have notes, and then we have photo. Now the photo is a string because it's going to be the URL path of where the where we upload the photo in Firebase. So that's going to be seen. All right, so then we have lat long, and type of this is, whoops, we have lat long, and type is type, you're going to do like this, string, default is a point. Okay, and then coordinates, right, is an array of number, like that. Now if you, so this is called GeoJSON, right, and I will put a link in the description if you want to read more, but I'll just put one right here. I usually put these links in my code for me to go and reference it later. Now the final thing you want to do is, if you want to we want these getters to be exposed, right here. So what you want to do is you will say to JSON, and you're gonna do getters true. If you don't do that, you will not get the getters, so make sure you add that. And finally, you just come here and say export const ticket model equal to now. So we will say models, that's come from Mongoose. If there's one already defined, then just use that. Otherwise, we're just gonna make a new one. Okay, and we will call it ticket, and the schema will be ticket schema, like that. Now it's complaining what's model, so we're gonna bring it from Mongoose, like that. Okay, so initially when you start, it's gonna come here and generate one, but subsequent call will just use the existing one. All right, so now we're gonna go to the user one. Let's come here and do const user schema. Okay, new schema, same thing. Okay, so we have first name, string. All right, so I'm going to show you guys something cool. So let's say we want this first name and last name to come as a camel case. So you could define a getter function, and you could define one here, but then you have to define it here. So that's kind of repeating yourself. What you can do is you can do something like this, camel case. So now it's going to say, well, what the heck is camel case? So what we do is we say function to camel case. All right, it takes a text as a string and it returns any, and then we can do return. Okay, it's a string. So the way you do it is you say text dot at, whoops, so it takes the first, it's going to take the first character or letter, and you convert that to uppercase. Okay, and then you come here and then we just take the rest, substring starting from 1 to text dot length, like so. So that's going to give you the camel case, right? So funny thing is, if I change this to string, then we get this TypeScript error which says like a union type that is too complex, blah blah blah. I search everywhere and there's solutions, but seems that they work on some TypeScript version, some won't work, and some people suggest that you change the, I guess, the development TypeScript type. So for example, if you come, by the way, I did this with F1 key. So if you hit the F1 key, you can come here and select, just type this, TypeScript, select TypeScript version, and it's going to show you what version we have. So I'm on 5.4, but what they're saying is try to change it to this, and it doesn't work. So just want to show you that if you're trying to do the solution, it doesn't work. So I'm going to go back to VS Code version. So the workaround I found is I just do any, and then that goes away. All right, so then I have We're also going to do it for the last name. Right, then we have email and password. Let me just quickly do those. Right, so that password is going to be hashed. We're just going to see that. Now, we want to return the first name and last name. Some people are going to store this in the database as an extra column, which to me is kind of useless. So what we can do is we can say user schema, and there's something called virtual functions in MongoDB. So you can do something like this. And the beauty of this is these functions are not, like, no column is created for this in the database, but you will get it as a field when you query the user. And then what you do is you say get, and you provided a function, okay, and then you say return this dot first name space this dot last name. Now this is provided to you without you noticing. So if you go to, for example, virtual, and I'm going to go to it, and where is it? Name and options. I think it was somewhere that this is called something like implicit. It's not explicit. So implicit is just kind of given to you, so you don't have to. I think it was this one here. Let me go to the get. Right here. See, so when you do the function, you're getting this. That is kind of given to you. You don't have to specifically or explicitly type it. These are called implicit. Just I thought if you want to add to your knowledge. Anyway, so with that done, then we kind of just do the same thing we did before. So we do export const user model, and we say models user or model. Okay, so now what's models? I'm gonna bring that. Like so. All right, cool. So now that we're done with this, okay, so I guess now we can go and set up the, let's set up the code that's gonna get us connected to the database, and then we can set up the API and kind of go from there. So let's go to our libs folder. I'm gonna minimize these, and we're gonna go to libs. And within the libs, I'm going to create a new file. Let's call it db.ts. All right, so what you do is we're gonna import mongoose from mongoose. That's good. All right, and then and then what we can do is we can do something like this: is connected equal to false. Okay, so initially we're not connected. Then what we can do, we can say export const connect to db. Okay, it's going to be an async function. Okay, and then we do URI. It's going to be a string, and we're going to take this from process and dot MongoDB URI. Okay, so that's, we're going to save this in our environment variable, and we're going to set that up. I'll show you guys. Now it's complaining that declarable, well, that's one thing, but it's so how about we do undefined? Will that help? Yep. Okay, so let's do if is connected. If we are connected, then just return. Otherwise, let's do a try catch. Let's console the error so we know what's going on. All right, so what we can do is await, and we can do mongoose.connect URI. Okay, so that's going to get us connected, and what we do is if we were successful, it's going to come to the next line. We say is equal to true, and let's just console.log and say db connected. Okay. Right, so now it's complaining that so one thing you can fix this is just say as string, right? Or what you can also do is put this, you can get rid of this. So you're pretty much saying, I'm sure this is a string. So both way works, whichever you prefer. Okay, so now we need to set up some stuff in our environment variable. We're gonna come here and we will create a new file, and let's call it env local. Okay, so now we need to say MongoDB underscore URI, and this is where you're gonna set up the MongoDB. So now let's go set up MongoDB. Okay, so I'm gonna go here and we can say mongodb.com. All right, so once you're in here, you're gonna go ahead and say sign in, and you can sign in with whatever, but I'm gonna sign in with Google. Okay, so here you're gonna see this, you're gonna be launched on this screen. So you're gonna go ahead and create a database. Now I'm gonna come to the, you see how this one is gonna charge you? What you wanna do is go to shared, and this one is free, okay? Okay, so you see I already have a free cluster, that's why it won't let me, but you guys can then create a cluster, and once you're done with the cluster, then pretty much you're gonna come back to this page and click on your database, and from here I'm gonna go to then browse collections. Okay, and then as you can see here is all the databases right here. So let's create, okay, so you're gonna get this screen, so I'm gonna say rescue YTDB, so that's my database name. I'm gonna enter a collection name, so let's say, so you know MongoDB has documents, and within documents is collections. So collection is same as somebody who knows SQL, it's like a table, okay? So let's say I'm gonna say user, that's my first table, okay? We'll say create. All right, so here you go. So this is our database is created, and here's our first collection. And now you need to get the string for this one, right? The connection string. And okay, so the one thing you want to do is you want to come over here to network access, and you want to make sure that this is set to 000. Otherwise you won't be able to access the database. So make sure you have that set. Then the other thing you want to do is get a the string, right? That's what we're talking about. So if I come over here to database, we're gonna go to connect. You're gonna select the first one, driver. All right, so this is the string that we pretty much are gonna take. Okay, and I'm gonna copy it. And then I'm gonna come back here and I'm going to paste it. Okay, so what you want to do is after the .NET, this is where you want to type the database name. So I'll say pet rescue DB, I think that's what we call it. We'll go to collections, and yeah, pet rescue YTDB, pet rescue YTDB. And then you want to enter your password and your, I guess, user ID right here. So I'm going to enter the password off camera, and I'm going to leave this as is. So now within the app, I'm going to come to API, and let's see if we can do, let's create a new folder. We'll call it user, and within the user, let's create new file, route.ts. So let's do something like this. So we'll say export async function get, okay, and let's do try. And so the first thing, we should connect to DB, okay, and then let's grab a list of users. Await, we will say user model dot find. So if you pass this empty object, that's going to find all the users, and we're just going to do a response.json users, okay? We'll return it. Otherwise, well, something error occurred, and we will log the error, but at the same time we're going to do response.json. Let's just do a code of one. Actually no, let's just do message failed to get users. Okay, that's going to get back to the client. So I guess that's our first API, and let's see if we can. So it looks like everything is good here, and what thing we can do is if I come here and I do localhost 3000, and then I do API user. Okay, here we go. So it looks like there's some kind of an error. Authentication failed. Okay, so either my password is not right. Yeah, there you go. So we got the response back. Message failed to get users. Perfect. So we're hitting the API, but it looks like there's something wrong with our connection. So is this correct? Let me go and check that. MongoDB URI. So I'll go ahead. Okay, so it seemed that I was missing something in my password. I re-entered it, and let's see. Oh, beautiful. Look, we're getting an empty array. So that means we are hitting the database. Look, DB connection okay, or connected okay. That's amazing. So we are hitting our database. So that's good. So now let's okay, so now we're gonna go ahead and see we can set up an API for the tickets. So to do that, same kind of deal. Under the API, we'll create a new folder and we will call it ticket. And within that, let's say I'm going to create a new folder. And we will call it new. So that's when we create a new ticket. And at the same time, I will create another folder within bracket and I'll call it ticket ID. So this is when you want to target a specific ticket, and you will see how we use this. It's pretty cool. All right, and then finally I'm going to create one more and we will call it bulk. And this is also, let's say you want to do a bulk database operation. Let's say I want to have 100 tickets. I want to delete them in one shot. You're not going to go one by one and delete them. So we're going to use that. So let's start with new and see if we can create a new ticket. All right, so I'm going to go to new and create a file. Let's just call it route.ts, and we're going to get cracking. So we're going to do, then we will have a response. We will say response, next response. All right, so what do we do here? Well, first we're going to do try catch, and let's just do, make sure we can connect to our database. All right, and then what we should do is we're going to do form data, and form data is of type form data, and await request dot form data. All right, so we're gonna read the form data, and then okay, so I think it's complaining because I don't have a catch. So let's do the catch, and let's just do console.log error, and then we will return a response.json message. Will say failed to create ticket. Actually, for here I'm going to put something went wrong. I hate this kind of message, but at least it will tell us that we actually were in the error thing. But we can see if we can add maybe a more meaningful message later on. Anyway, so what we can do once you get the form data, then what we can do is we say user info. We're going to get the user info from it, and we will do form data.get user info. Okay, so the iOS app that we're going to build, it's going to pass this as a form data, and then const user JSON equal to JSON dot, because it's going to get passed as a string, we will say user info, like so. All right, so now it's saying, wait, user info should be a string, right? So how can we then make sure this is a string? So actually I messed this up. It should be here, like that. All right, so now it's saying user info is not assignable type of string. So parse takes a string, but this returns a what does it return? It returns this or null. All right, so can we just force this to say string, and that'll fix this problem. Okay, so now that we have that, we're gonna get the info from it. So I'm not going to type that, I'm just going to paste it here. So what we're basically trying to get is from this user JSON, we're going to get the submitter name, blah blah blah. Now at this point, it will be nice to just paste name and submitter phone at least. We're gonna print that to the screen, and we will just return a next response with a message of ticket created. Okay, like so. And that's because we need to do this. Okay, so we're going to use Postman to test this. All right, so here's Postman and selected post, and this is the endpoint we're trying to hit. So I'm going to go to body, and I'm going to select form data right here, and what we call it is user info, and I'm just going to pass in a string. Okay, so let's do this, and I'll say, let's say, what am I trying to get out of this? Submitter name. All right, so I'll do submitter. So it's gonna be a, let's do this. Let me quickly type this. All right, so I've typed the JSON. It's gonna get parsed when it gets there. So let's see, what do we get? Haha, we got error. Beautiful. So that's always exciting. All right, so what happened here? Origin header, action request. Okay, do we have anything here? We got a 500, so internal server error. And oh, actually, wait, we're not hitting the right endpoint. It should be ticket new. Oh, sorry. It should be new because there's nothing at that to process it. Aha, something. Okay, that's better than before. It should actually tell you that can't find that endpoint or something. But let's see what happened. Unexpected token submitter is not valid JSON. Okay, that's not bad. So there's something wrong with this. Our JSON is mal-informed. So let's actually go ahead and do that. There you go, ticket created, perfect. So it looks like, and then we got John Doe. That's amazing. So now that we have got that, we can then send the rest of the info and see if we can create our first ticket. Now we have that, so I'm gonna uncomment this. And we will also be, when the user takes a photo on the cell phone, so they're gonna submit that also. So let's also add that here. And what we can do, we can say const file and is equal to form data.get, and it's gonna come in the image property or tag, whatever you want to call it. And let's say this will be a file, so we can mark it as such. And I can get rid of this now that we know we're hitting the endpoint. And then let's create an object that we can use to save the ticket. So we can say ticket to save. Okay, and what we can do, we can say submitter name. I'm gonna quickly type these and put them here. We're gonna set the photo to empty for now. And then the coordinates lat long, we're gonna set it like this. And then let's just go ahead and save the ticket. Save the ticket, and let's just do await ticket model dot create, and we can just pass in the ticket to save. And if everything went well, this should save the ticket. And what we can do is we can then return the ticket, and we can say ticket to save. This is just for us to see if the ticket has been saved. So I'm going to save it. As you can see, it got compiled. So now let's go ahead and see if we can actually save this. So I'm going to just put a number, like I'm going to put a number here, like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. All right, and let's put in the other fields. Right, so I've already included the lat long, the coordinates, so let's hit it. and see what we get. Oh, perfect. So ticket created, and we got all this. Let's go to MongoDB and take a look. So we're gonna go here, and I'm gonna do refresh. Beautiful. As you can see, it created the ticket. So we got John Doe, the phone number, email, and the coordinates are coming, and it's an array. And as you can see, we got that. So that's beautiful. One thing you might have noticed that it created the users collection, and so MongoDB is gonna go ahead and create it for you if you have defined your schema. So we don't need this user. That's the one we created before. So I'm gonna drop that. And there you go. So now that we have that working, that means we can create a ticket, and the user, we're gonna get to it when we start doing the I guess the forms and actions. We're gonna get to it at that point. So let's go ahead and focus on the dashboard for now, because we need to create the table and it's a lot of work. So I'm gonna go back to the API, and one thing I will do under the ticket is I'm gonna create a new file, and we're gonna call it route.ts, and this is where we can basically return the tickets. If somebody comes with this route, we want to return all the tickets that we have. So just like before, we're gonna connect to the DB. Okay, and then let's get the tickets. Await ticket model dot find. We're gonna find all the tickets. Okay, and so this is, remember, I was talking about the reference where we have to see, we were doing, let me go back to tickets. So you see how the inside inspector, now that's gonna come useful. So we're gonna say populate. Okay, and we're gonna do assign inspector like that. So that's gonna, if any inspector is assigned to this ticket, it's gonna populate it for us. And if everything went well, then we just do response.json and we return the tickets. And if there's any error, we basically log it and we will return the response. We'll just say a message of failed to get tickets, like that. Right, so let's save it, and we're gonna give this a shot. So if I come here, I do get, and if I do ticket, let's see what we get. Perfect. As you can see, we got the ticket. So these are all the tickets, but so far we only have one. So we got the coordinates, the ID that's auto-generated, the submitter name, blah, blah, blah. But here you can see the inspector, since there's no inspector assigned yet, so that's why it's null. So now we can go ahead and also create that ticket ID that I was talking about right here. So we're gonna create a route.ts, and this is where we can delete a ticket or patch it. So patching is, let's say you want to assign it to inspector or do those kind of things. So let's go ahead and start with the delete function. So I'm going to say export async. So now to delete, what do you want to pass? Well, we can pass in some params and a request. So we can do a request. So that will be a request. Okay, and then you want to type in, pass in the params. So that's going to be ticket ID. So we can say params, it's basically a ticket ID, and it's a string. Okay, that's what a param is. Okay, so then we're gonna do a try catch. Okay, so just like before, in the catch we do next response, we'll do next response like so, and we just say internal server error with a status of 500. And if everything went well, then the first thing we do is connect to DB like so. Okay, and const ticket ID is params.ticket ID. Okay, and so we just say if not ticket ID, let's add some kind of guard. Then we just do return new next response, and we just say ticket ID is required. Okay, and we'll just do status of 400. Okay, so let's try this. So if I come here and I do a delete, right, and if I pass it to here, so we get see method 405 method not allowed. Let's see what happened. Well, actually, yes, you would need the ID to come here. So because this is actually going on the main route, so just ignore that. But anyway, so then we come here, and so let's find the ticket first. So we'll say ticket equal to await ticket model. Okay, dot find by ID and delete. That's what you do. And we just give it the ticket ID like that, and we should add a note here. If there is a photo, then remove that as well. Okay, we'll get to that. And then finally we just do return next response .json, and we return the ticket that we deleted, and then we just do a message saying ticket deleted. All right, so this should only happen if there is a ticket. Okay, so I'm gonna put this here. Okay, else we just do, I mean, you don't need the else, but we just do ticket not found or something. Okay, so let's come here and let's say I just pass in some gibberish. So internal error 500. So there you go. So that came in here. But now let's say I'm going to pass in this ticket. I should duplicate this. Clone. Object ID John Doe. I'm going to do, why can't I change this? Okay, so I'm going to do 1 and John 1 and insert. Okay, so now I have 2, which is good, and I think they have different ID. Yep. Okay, so I'm going to take this one. Now we're going to go back here and we're going to see if it's going to delete that. And let's just do send. Perfect, 200. Okay, let's go here. This should have gone, so I'm going to do refresh. Aha, we just have one ticket, so that worked. Okay, so now we're going to add the other method, which is called the patch. And the way we do this is, let's say, so this is to update any tickets. We'll just do export async function, and we call it patch. Okay, and same thing. We have a request and params. Params is has got a ticket ID, and that's of type string. Okay, so same kind of deal. I'm just gonna paste the code here because it's kind of repeating itself. So we're doing the connect to DB, and then we have so the body is taken from the request, and then we need to take the ticket ID, which is coming from here. Okay, and then what you do is we need to find the ticket first, which is what we do here, right? So we can say this, right? So we can do like this. So ticket.find by ID, which is ticket ID, and if the ticket is not found, then you basically we return a response like invalid ticket, and with a 404. And finally, after that, so here's where we do something like this. If status is equal to ticket status dot unassigned, okay, then ticket dot assigned inspector is equal to null. So let's say you unassign the ticket, then that means it's not assigned to anybody. So we do we set it to null. Else we do basically ticket dot assigned inspector. If we say take the existing inspector, but if they passed in the a new inspector, then we basically assign that inspector. So that's that. And finally we do ticket dot status is equal to status or the new status, ticket dot status, like that. And then at the end you just do ticket dot save. We save the ticket and we return a next response.json inspector is inspector, right? So we just basically return the assigned inspector, whoever we assigned, or you could just return your ticket actually, so it doesn't matter. So let's go ahead and see if we can change the status of this ticket. So I'm going to copy this and we're going to go to our Postman and I'm going to do a patch and let's paste this in. So I'm going to go raw and we're going to do JSON and let's see. So the first thing it does is status. Okay, so I'm going to do status and let's make it what status we have. Let's make it completed. And I'm going to go back. Okay, so that means it's going to go ahead and take the status from the body. It's going to find the ticket first, and then it's going to, if it's unassigned, then it's going to remove that, but it's not. So we are going to change the status to that. So let's see if this will work. And actually, I'm going to return the ticket. It doesn't make sense to return the inspector. So we can do this, and I will also do message. We will say ticket updated. All right, so let's try this and see what we get. Patch. Okay, so there you go. So ticket got updated, and there you go. That's the new status. That's beautiful. So I'm gonna go refresh, and there you go, completed. So perfect, love it. All right, so this is working. So it looks like the API for the ticket, at least this point, is working. And you know what, at this point I'm thinking we should also go ahead and finish the bulk API. So I'm going to do route.ts, and for this one let me basically just copy it because it's the same kind of idea, but I'll explain. Okay, so as you can see, it's the kind of same thing. We do a patch, so just like a bulk patch. What we do is we take the ticket and the status and we do update many at this point, where we find by the ID and we update the status. So let's say you want to close 10 tickets in one shot. That's what you would do this. Same for delete. We find the ticket, we then go find by ID and we delete many, pass in the ID, right? And so here's one thing we need to do is when we set up the Firebase, we need to also delete the images associated with the ticket. So that's where we're going to use this. So that's pretty much it for the API. All right, so now we're going to set up the Firebase so we can get away with that and we can start storing the files and such. So to get started, what we can do is we can first of all install the Firebase dependencies. Okay, so for that you're going to come over here to your terminal and we're going to do npm install Firebase, and the version I'm using is pretty latest, so it's 10.5.0. Awesome. So with that done, then we can come over here to our lib. We're going to create a new file and we're going to call it, we're going to come to our lib now and we'll create a, right here, we're going to come and create a new file and let's just call it firebase.ts. Now within this file, we're going to do a couple of things. So the first thing we do is a Firebase config. So it's going to be Firebase config. like so. And there's some stuff that goes here, but we'll get to that. So let's initialize the app. So it's gonna be get apps, okay, and .length. So if there's no app yet, that's what's gonna check. Then we initialize our app. Initialize app from Firebase, and you pass in the config. But if there is an app, I'm gonna minimize this. If there is an app, then basically we say get apps, okay, and just return the first one. So that's what this thing does. So now we got our app. So the second thing you do is you do const auth is equal to get auth, and you pass in for which app? Well, the app that we just created. And then what you also want to do, since we'll be using storage mostly, so we need a reference to that. So we can say get storage, and you have to pass in your app. Actually, we don't need this auth. We're not doing Firebase auth, so we're just doing the MongoDB. And then we need a storage, const storage ref is equal to, so we will have items in the database and we need a reference to them. So we're gonna pass, it's gonna be a function where we pass in a token, and what this will return is a ref to that token, to that item basically. And we'll say storage, and you pass in the token like that. So that should be what we need. Now what goes in here in the Firebase config? Well, in this one, you can get this from the Firebase website, what I'll show you. So you need the API key, the auth domain, the project ID, bucket, blah, blah, blah. Now what do you get this? So let's go to Firebase, get started. And so let's say I'm going to add a project, and we're going to say pet SQYT. Okay, continue. I'm going to say continue. Select an account. I'm going to select my account, create project. Okay, we're going to hit continue. All right, so here is our Firebase. And you want to click on the web portion, and we're going to set up a name. So I'm going to say pet SQYT. We're not doing hosting, so we'll just say register app. So here's telling you that install Firebase, right? That's the command we did. And then you want to see, it's kind of telling you all the info. So I'm gonna basically grab this, and we're gonna come here, and I'm gonna put everything here. Okay, like that. And then you can initialize the app and all that. So I'm just gonna continue to console. So the other thing we want to do is, you see how we have build, we need storage. So I'm gonna hit storage. And that's basically our storage. We're gonna get started. So as you can see, we need to, we're starting in test mode. So we're gonna start in test. And it's telling you to set up some rules. So allow read write, for up to this date. That's like December 8th. So I'm gonna copy this just in case. I'm gonna hit next. Okay, sure. Just say done. Cool. So now that this is set up, let's just check the rules quickly. And okay, so we're good here. I want to leave this here. I would actually put this in the end file. Copy. Actually, I will take maybe just these two, the auth key, even the store. Actually, I'm going to take all these. Then I'm going to go to my end local file, which is right here. And then we're going to do, say, Firebase. Okay, and then I'm gonna paste this. Okay, cool, I got these. So now I'm gonna go back to that Firebase file, and then I can use it. So I can say process and Firebase. Perfect. So now that we got these, I'm gonna save everything. So now that means we can access the Firebase and start storing files. So why don't we go ahead and see if we can store a file here. So I'm gonna close this, and I'm gonna close that. We don't need these. So if you guys remember when we were doing the ticket, I had this file thing. So now let's use this and see how we can actually store a file on the Firebase. Right, so right here, let's do this. You can say if a file is given, then what we can do is you can say file name is equal to date.now, take the current date, and we need the extension, right? So you can say file.name.split. Okay, you want to split it by the period because that's what's going to be, and you want to pop. So the pop is going to be always the last element. Okay, and then we're going to get a ref to our Firebase. So you can say storage ref. Okay, that's not coming up. Let's go take a look. Why is it not coming up? So if I come here, that's why. Export const storage ref. Let's go back now and see what's going on. So if I do storage ref, there we go. Okay, so we're gonna get a ref to the file name. So I'm gonna do like this, file name. Okay, that's gonna give us a ref to that. Then what you do is you say buffer. I'll close that and say buffer is equal to buffer.from. Okay, what do you want to create a buffer from? We also want to create a buffer from this file. So create this basically it's going to create a buffer out of this file. Okay, and then what we do is we say await upload bytes. That's coming from Firebase. So what do you want to upload it to? Well, I'll give it the reference. And what do you want to upload? The buffer. So that's how you upload a file. Now we need to get a download URL. Okay, so we can say I think we didn't specify the download URL, did we? Nope. Okay, so let me do that. So I can quickly come here and do this. So I can say download URL is equal to await, and we can say get download URL. Now you need to provide that reference, and then we can set ticket to save. Okay, and then photo, since it's an object, right? So we can do that. We can say download URL. Now the one thing we need to do, I need to bring this up like that. So that's gonna create us a URL that we can easily then embed into the dashboard. So now let's go ahead and see if we can create a ticket and upload an image at the same time. Right, so here we are. I'm gonna go say post, and I'm gonna do ticket new, like that. Then I think form data, right, and I'm gonna do, so we named this image, so let's do image. Okay, and it's gonna be, and what else? I think we should be good. So if we submit this, what happens? Something's, oh wow, look. So we got a URL to our new image. Let's go check Firebase and see what's going on here. So if I refresh, what do you know? Look, we got the image. So let's open it up. Okay, this is so cool. All right, so now when we connect the app, and then that we will be able to upload images and see it here. That's so awesome. All right, so, and let's check, by the way, MongoDB. I'm going to do a refresh. All right, look, the photo URL is coming. So I think now would be a good time to go ahead and remember we did that delete thingy. So if I come here, find exist. So that was patch, but there's a right here, see, then remove it. So let's fix that also. All right, so what we can do is if we have a ticket, then we do like this. If ticket.photo, if there is a photo, right, then we basically do like this, const ref is equal to storage ref, and we need to provide a token, so that's that, and then we can say await delete object from Firebase, and we say ref. like so. So this should get rid of the image also on Firebase. So why don't we go ahead, and if I go and delete this guy, and let's see if it deletes the image and this image and the same time this record. So let's make sure we got this squared away. All right, so I'm gonna come here also, I'll say delete, and I'm gonna pass in the photo ID, and I'm gonna say send. Okay, ticket deleted, beautiful. So let's go do a refresh. Awesome, it's gone from here. And what about you? How nice is this? Clean. All right, so now we are in game. All right, the one thing I remember is in the bulk thingy, where we go? Right here. I think we left a note. Yes, so let's fix this as well. So the way we're gonna do this, we will say if tickets to delete, if we have tickets to delete, right, is greater than 0, then basically const ticket of tickets to delete. So go through each ticket, and we say if ticket.photo, if there's a photo, then basically you just do the same thing. We say const ref is equal to storage ref, and we get the photo, the token, and we do await delete object from Firebase and ref. So that's going to also take care of the bulk action, and I think that completes our API. And now we can move on to the actual front end or the dashboard. So I'm gonna close the API and we're gonna move to the dashboard. So this is where we're gonna do the table. So we're gonna create a new component, and let's call it ticket table. Let's just do like this, table.tsx, like so. And I'm gonna do rfce like that, ticket table. There. Okay, so let's make sure this works. I'm gonna bring it, this is gonna be probably the complicated part of this, well, other than the app. So we can set ticket table, and I'm gonna go back to our thingy and let's do dashboard. Okay, ticket table, perfect, so that's coming. All right, so what do we do here? Okay, so we need something called a data table, but before we do that, we need to bring in the tickets. So I'll say const tickets is equal to await, which means this should be async. Whoa. And we will do fetch. Okay, so we need a kind of helper function that will help us build a URL, so we don't have to keep typing the same URL again and again. So what I'll do is I'll go to my lib, and let's go to utils, and we can just build one here quickly. So we'll say export function build URL. So let's say it's going to get an endpoint that's going to be a string, it's going to return a string. So we'll say URL is equal to new URL. Okay, endpoint, and we need the base URL. Okay, and we will return .href. Okay, now what's base URL? Well, we just come here to the top and we say const base URL is equal to http localhost 3000 API. Okay, you can put this in the end file, but it doesn't really matter. So now I can come here, and then I can say build URL. We're gonna say from the ticket. Okay, and so by the way, I want the cache strategy to be no cache, because otherwise if you don't do this, it's gonna remember the last value and you might not get fresh data. So that's why it's an option I'm passing. Okay, so we have that, and then what we do is we say const tickets JSON is equal to await tickets.json. Okay, that's gonna give us the JSON. Now if you want to properly do it, you should probably do this. So we're going to do types. It's an array of tickets. So we're going to get that. Okay, so now here we need some kind of a table, right? Oops. So let me do, okay, we need, how should I do it? Table, we need a table like that. Well, because of the, let me just do this. There. All right, so yeah, we need a table. So we're gonna go ahead and create a data table. All right, so we're gonna come inside of here and we'll say data table.tsx. Now this is gonna be a bit involved, but I'll try my best to explain. So now this is going to be a client component. Remember I was talking about a client and server. So this is a client component, and in Next.js, if you want to handle things like React hooks or click events, you want a client component because those things happen in the browser. A server doesn't have any idea about that. All right, so we're gonna say export const export function data table. Okay, and basically a data table is going to take some parameters, right? And the first one will be columns, okay, because every table has columns, and then the data that those columns are going to display. And then we need some props, data table props. So what are data table props? Well, if we go interface, and you can set data table props t data, and we can set t value. Okay, so what are columns? Well, columns is basically coming from column def. Now we need to install a couple of things for this to work. So how do we find it? Well, if you come to Shadcn, come to data table, you can see everything is here. Okay, so it's telling you, we need to add this dependency. We'll say npm. So I'm going to come here and install this. Okay, then the next dependency is, it uses the 10 stack React table. So we're going to install that. Cool, with that done, now let's try this. So I'm going to do column def, and there you go, it's coming now. Okay, so column def, we're going to define our column, t data, t value, and it's an array basically. And then what's data? Well, a data is basically just t data, whatever we are passing, and it's also an array. So then here I can say data table props, right? So that's that. And don't forget to pass in t data. Oh, actually on the table you do t data t value, and then here I can do t value like that. So that takes care of that error. Okay, so now we need a couple of hooks. Okay, so we'll be sorting, so we need one hook for that. So we're going to do const, we're going to do sorting, we can say set sorting. Okay, and then this is going to be use state and sorting. Whoa, sorting. Okay, and you must be asking, well, what's that? I'll just explain that to you. So sorting state comes from 10 stack React table. So we'll say sorting state. There you go. So that's that. And what's the problem here? Use state. Oh, so we need to bring in use state. So you can say import. Why I didn't bring it? It should bring it. Use state. There you go. Okay, so the next one we need is filters. So we can say const. Okay, then next we need row selection. Okay, then we will also have one for a router. You will see how we can use that to navigate. Just make sure you use the correct one. It tries to bring the router, but you want to do the next navigation one. And then also we need one for loading when we are loading the data. So we need one to show the state, to use state. So initially we're not loading. Actually we are loading. Okay, and then we are gonna show the image thumbnail of what the user uploaded. So we need to, when someone clicks on it, we need to show that in a pop-up. We need to show that in a pop-up model, so we can have a state for that. So we can say photo model set photo modal is equal to state. Right, so it's gonna have a open false and the URL because we want to show that. Okay, so now we can create the table finally. So you can say table is equal to use React table. Okay, and it takes a couple of parameters. I mean, it takes a lot of them, but so first of all, you want to give it is data. Then we want to give it the columns. Okay, and then get core row model, get core row model like that, and then get, we're going to have pagination. We're going to say get pagination row model, and we'll say get pagination row model like that. Okay, and then on sorting change set sorting. So when the sorting is changed, this is where it calls our state. So that's how we know that the sorting order has been changed. Okay, and then get sorted row model. Okay, and then say get sorted row model like that. And then on columns filter change, we're going to say set column filters. Okay, and then get filtered row model. We're going to say call this function get filtered row model. And then finally on row selection change, we're going to set row selection to call our state. On row selection change, that's what it should be, like so. Okay, and then we're going to have the state. So sorting column filters and row selection, that. Okay, and then finally we also will have some meta, and I'll show you that's like an advanced kind of thing to do. Like how do you in a row, when you click on a photo or anything, how do you detect that? So this is what we're going to use that. So I'm just going to go to do. So once we get to it, I'll show you guys how to do that. All right, so then we come here and let's return something. So let's put everything in a div. Okay, so what do we need first? Well, we need our toolbar, definitely. Okay, and then we need, after that, we need our table. That's why we're here. All right, so let's build the toolbar. Okay, so you come here and we're gonna do div dot, give it some class names, and we can say items center dot py dash 4. Ooh, that's gonna do it like that. All right, and then what we do is we say object, okay, dot keys. Okay, and what we want to iterate over, we say row selection. Okay, so if basically what we're saying, if a row is selected, then we show this. Okay, if it's greater than 0, right, if we are then we want to show like a menu, so that will be like a bulk kind of action thing happening. Okay, so I'm gonna do a drop down. Now we have not installed drop down menu, so let's go to Shadcn and see how we can do that. So here we go, drop down menu, and I'm going to copy npm, and we're going to come here and install. All right, with that done, then I can go ahead here and I can say drop down menu. Okay, like that. Okay, we need a trigger, so I'll say drop down, something has to trigger that menu, so you can say drop down menu trigger. Okay, and I'll say as child, this is child. All right, and then a button. Okay, and we'll say bulk, bulk action. So it's going to say like what kind of bulk action the user wants to do, and let's add a chevron so that, you know, it's kind of like telling the user that when you click it, something will happen. Okay, so we can bring the, okay, so we can then add an icon, kind of like arrow pointing down, and that's gonna basically tell the user that this button does something. So if I go to React icons, okay, let's go in there and let's search for chevron down. That's what it's called. Okay, chevron. Okay, I'm trying to find one of MD, like a material. Guess doesn't matter. Actually, I like this one. So BS chevron down. Okay, let's see. So if I do BS chevron, okay, can I do this? Import, I think it's bootstrap from React icons, and you want to do BS, okay, it's pretty cool. Then if I come here, I can do this. Okay, let's give it a class name. Well, you can say drop down menu content. Okay, so we're gonna say now this is where you put the actual the items. So it's a drop down menu item. Okay, and first one will be like a mark complete, and then the second one we're gonna do delete, like that. All right, and then don't forget to finish the ternary operator, and then here we can just do input. Okay, so we need to bring the input from Shadcn. There we go, and let's come here, copy npm, and then we can install. Cool, so that's installed. So now I can come here, input, it's gonna bring it, and then okay, so let's give it a placeholder, and we'll say placeholder, let's say filter by name. Okay, and then we're gonna give it a class name of max width of, well, basically max width, small and above. All right, so we're gonna tie a onChange handler to this. Okay, and what we can do, we can say event. Okay, and then we can say table dot, oh, that's not what I wanted. I'm gonna bring this on the next line. Table dot get column, and we say submitter name. Okay, dot set filter value event target dot value. So that's gonna grab the so every time we change this input, basically we're getting this column, the submitter name, okay, and we're setting the filter value on it. And then what we can do here, you can say value, okay, is equal to table dot get column, and say submitter name, okay, dot get filter value, okay, as string. So if the value is there, take it, otherwise just leave it as empty. So that's that. Okay, so now that we have this, let's see ticket table. Okay, so it's still showing ticket table Y. So let's go back here, and are we using this? Oh yeah, we're using it, ticket. Oh, that's why. Okay, so we need to get rid of this. Then we can do data table. Okay, and remember it took two arguments, the column and the data, so we need to define that. So let's create a new file here, and let's call it columns.ts. Whoa, column.ts. Okay, and this is where we specify our columns. So let's say export const columns. Now the definition is column def. Okay, and ticket, and it's going to be an array, Okay, like that. Now it's asking what's ticket. So ticket is that type. All right, so here we go. So the ID is, first one is select. Okay, and then so select. Okay, that's the first one. It's the first column to the left basically, right? So we want to have a checkbox here that user can then use to select the items, and we will say header. Okay, so what's a header? We're gonna pass in the table, and basically it's just a checkbox. Now we don't have a checkbox, so let's go to Shadcn checkbox, copy npm, come back here, install, done. All right, let's try this again. Checkbox. Okay, check box. So for some reason it's not coming in. Okay, one thing I realized is the file name is ts. It should be tsx. That's what we're getting, I think, the issue. So it should be checkbox. There we go. Now it's coming through. So we need to say that the checked status, we need to mark the check status. So it's going to be table dot get is all page row selected, right? So if all the rows are selected, so this will be checked, and then on check change, when you select it, we get a value. Okay, and then what we do is table dot toggle all page row selected. Okay, and then we basically pass in this value. The double bang means if it's a boolean, if it's a true, we follow if it's true. That's what it is. All right, and then what finally, we just give it a label. Yeah, label, and it's gonna be label. It's gonna be select all, like that. Okay, so once we're done with the header, right, this one, then we also need the cell. So the cell is the individual basically column. Okay, so you get, so this row is getting is passed to you by the tan stack table API. Checkbox. Okay, and then same kind of deal. Let me copy this, then we can reuse it. So now the cell, this is like the individual basically how should I say, individual row. So we can say row dot get is selected, right? Okay, and then change, so we will do row dot toggle selected. Okay, and then we say select row. So this is at the top, this is at each individual row, you will see it. Okay, and then finally on this column, we don't want to enable sorting because this is just a bunch of checkboxes, so we'll say false. So that's our first column. Okay, then the second one, accessor key. Okay, so that, so photo, so when you say accessor key, this is the name that's going to be in your, coming from your database. What is in your basically model, right, the schema. So you want to make sure this name is correct, and we were going to call this header photo. That's what the user will see. And for the individual cell, okay, row and table. Okay, and okay, so for here we want to display an avatar. Now where do we get the avatar? We'll get it from here. So npm install. So that's the beauty of Shadcn. Okay, so we're going to say avatar. There we go. Okay, and then we need the avatar image. Okay, like that. Okay, and then you also need a fallback image just in case, you know, there's no image uploaded. So we can say avatar fallback. You wanna bring it from the component, and for this we're going to use an image of. So let's say image off. Do we have something? Let's use this one. So I can say import CI from React icons CI, like that, and then I can do here like that. And then for the avatar image, what we need is a class name. We're gonna, actually this is a self-closing tag, so I don't need this. Instead I'm gonna do this. Okay, and what we'll do is we'll say class name is equal to cursor pointer, so to tell you, so let user know that you can click on it. And what's the source then? Okay, so here we go. So the source is, remember we generated that thing in from Firebase. That's what the source is coming from. Okay, so we're gonna do row.get value photo. Okay, and then on click, what will happen when somebody clicks on it, right? So we want to basically do table dot options dot meta dot photo thumb clicked. Okay, and then row dot id. We're gonna just do this just in case. Now if you guys remember, you must be thinking, if you guys remember, we talked about this before. So if I come here, where was it? Remember here at the meta, so that's where this is coming from. So then we come here and now we can do something like this. We can say photo thumb clicked. Okay, row index. Okay, and we say const photo is a string table dot get row model, like that, rows. Okay, dot add number dot, because it's a string, so we need to parse it. We can say row index. Okay, and then finally you can say get value. And what value you want to get? Well, the photo. Okay, so that's how you get it. And just to make this thing happy, we'll just do string. Like so. Okay, and then finally on next line, I think bring this on separate lines. Okay, and then finally what we can do, we can say set photo model open is true, and we can say URL is photos. That's how we show the model. Okay, so now how it doesn't know about this. So the way to do this is you're gonna have to declare some stuff. So you say declare module. Okay, and we say add 10 stack react table. Okay, and see, that's pretty advanced stuff, and I'm bringing it to you guys for free. Table meta, and we're gonna do table data extends row data. Okay, and then here we can just do photo, pretty much define this. It's kind of like an interface, right? That's what we're trying to do. Okay, so it's what is this? It's a function which has a parameter of this, it's called string, and it returns a void. So it's like a function, basically. That's what we are saying. Okay, so row data is not, I think, found. There you go. So that fixes that, and then we got rid of the problem here. Perfect. So what will happen is when somebody clicks on the image in our row, then it's going to, this is going to get called, and then it's going to go ahead and grab the what we want to do is grab the photo URL, right? And we want to set the model on that. So I hope that makes sense. So now I can go back to the columns, and this is what we're trying to do. So on the individual cell of the photo column, when somebody clicks on the avatar image, we call this function. Okay, the others are fairly straightforward. So we have then accessor key. Okay, and that's the submitter name, like that. Okay, and we're gonna do a header. Whoa. Header. Okay, and we say column. Okay. All right, so we're just gonna do a return on this. Now for this one, what we want to do is we want to be able to sort by the name, so that's why I'm doing this in the header. So let me just copy over the code because it's fairly straightforward. So all I have is a button, okay, and with an arrow pointing up, kind of showing that you can sort this. And okay, I need to bring this arrow up, so we can go to arrow up. So I'm gonna take this one, it's from AI, import from React icons AI. Okay, and then I'm going to take this, come here and boop, just put it here like that. So that's that. Okay, so the other two, then we need the submitter phone. Okay, so I'm gonna come here, so we can put that here, submitter phone. Okay, and then we also need accessor key. Okay, so this is going to be the assigned inspector, like so, and then we will say header, and we'll just say assign to. Okay, now one thing is, remember how in the database we added that virtual method, it was called get full name. So now we can use that. So I can say cell, and it will be row. Okay, so it will be row.get value, and we can say assigned inspector. Okay, and we can say as user, which is the types, and then we can do dot full name, and if not, then just leave it blank. All right, moving on. So then the next one is we need to also display the status of each ticket. Okay, so the way we do this is we do accessor key. Okay, and it's going to be status, and what we want to display this as is status. Okay, and then for the cell, how do we want to format it? So every time you do see, it's kind of like cell thing, that means how you want to format the data, and that's what we're trying to do here. Okay, so left color is equal to, that's the default color, we're going to do bg orange, sorry, green 300. Okay, and then we'll do const status, it's a string, row.get value, and we will just do status. All right, so then let's just do a switch. And then finally at the end, what you do is we say return badge. Now what's badge? Well, we need to bring it. So if I come here, badge, and from Shadcn install. Right, so we're gonna do badge from components. Okay, and class name is going to be color. Okay, and inside of that we're gonna put the status string, whether it's a new, assigned, unassigned, blah blah blah. Okay, and finally we have the column for actions. So we're going to say actions. So TanStack has one dedicated for it, and we will say cell row, and we will just say row actions. Okay, and we just pass in the row. Okay, so now you must be asking, well, what is row actions? Well, we need to create one. So now for the row actions, what we can do is we come here and we're going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it row actions tsx, and we're going to go rfce, and we're going to call it row actions, like so. And let's see here, hopefully this should row actions. All right, so we need to now supply this guy. Okay, so this is going to be an object, so row, but now we need to specify what the type of this row would be. Okay, so for that we need to kind of have an interface. Okay, so now we need to specify the type of row. So we can say row is of type row. Okay, and then that's of type ticket. Okay, so that will basically do for that. And then we need to specify a couple of things in here. So we're gonna do const ticket is equal to row.original. So get the original ticket, const, and then router, because we'll be doing some kind of routing. We say reuse router, so make sure bring in the next navigation. Okay, and then we want to show also some sort of a progress when we're doing an action like updating the status or deleting stuff. So we can do that. We'll say use state from React, and let's call it false. Okay, and so here's a cool way of using reducer, okay, to manage state in one shot. So instead of doing all this, like having multiple states, you can use this technique. So the way it goes like this. So I'm gonna say use state, set state, okay, and then we say use reducer from React. Okay, so I have state, which is the initial state, and then the params. Okay, then I do like this, and then we basically return the previous state. Let's call it previous state. Okay, so we say previous state, okay, and then params. So that's going to return the new state. Okay, and then you want to specify the initial value. So I can say alert dialog false, and then alert dialog params, alert dialog reason. That'll come in handy when we get to it. But for now, just let's go with it. So it's going to be something here, and then we need map dialog because we'll be showing a map. So initially we're not showing it. All right, so there's a lot of issues right now. Let's try to fix it. So row action reducer props, we need to define these. Okay, so let's come here. It's an interface, honestly. So I'll just come here and do this. So all it's saying is whatever we define here, basically, right? The dialog, the alert dialog, the reason for it, and then we need to define the enum. Okay, and that's here. So why did we show the alert dialog? So now what you can do, you can say row action alert dialog props, and then the same for this one, row props. Okay, and then here you can say alert dialog reason enum dot none initially. So boom, all issues resolved like that. Okay, so that's for our state. And then what we also can do is I can just come here. I can say open. Well, so this was just to show you guys, by the way, how you can do it this way. But I'm just gonna kind of do a mix of both. So you guys make your choice. So if you don't want to do this, then you have to come and update the interface and add all these values here. So no big deal. I'm gonna say use state and false. Okay, so now that we have that, let's come over here and start adding the, so remember this is for each row of the table of the data basically that we get. Okay, so we're gonna create this fragment. Okay, and I'm gonna create a drop down menu like so, and then we say drop down menu trigger. Okay, and you want to call this as child, otherwise it's not going to show your menu. And then it's going to be a button. Okay, and we're going to call it open menu. Didn't bring it in, so let's see, how about that? Okay, and variant will be ghost. Okay, we don't want to show it, and just give it a couple of class names. So flex and horizontal padding of 8, width of 8, height of 8. What am I saying? Horizontal, height of 8, width of 8, and then no padding. And then data is okay, data dash, so state equal to open, Okay, and then bg dash. Basically, when we are open, the background will be muted. So, all right, and then what we want to do is this should be in a span. Like that. Let me just close this. And you want to only show this for screen readers. Otherwise, we just want to show that vertical or more horizontal icons, that would call. Actually, yeah, we can go with that. Or vertical, doesn't matter. Whichever you want to go with. So let's go with MD. I'm going to copy that. Then paste it. So let's do import MD from React icons MD material design. All right, and then here I'm gonna do then this like so. So that's gonna show that. All right, so let's see if we can see something. We've been coding for so long, and let's see some action. So let's go back to the data table. So that's our page. All right, so here's our ticket table, data table. Okay, ticket table. Here it is, right? So here's what we can use this. So now I can do data table. Okay, so we need to specify the columns. We can say columns is equal to columns, which is what we defined, and the data. So what kind of data? Well, that's the tickets JSON. Like so. So if I save it, I get a beautiful juicy error. Okay, so now it's saying row actions.tsx. You see what the use client, it's kind of basically tell you that you're trying to import a client component, so it has like client stuff, so you want to use the use state. So what is it? Row actions. Let's go to row actions and see what's going to. Did we make it? No, we did not. So let's put that at the top. Let's save it. And let's see what's going on here. Okay, so create context, not a function. Okay, where is this coming from? Do we the columns? I wonder. Okay, so here we go. App dashboard columns.tsx. Let's go here, and I think there should be a use client as well. Beautiful. All right. Looks like we have something definitely ugly. But one thing I don't like is there's no padding, nothing. So let's fix that quickly. If I go to my layouts, okay, the dashboard doesn't have it, so I can do layout. By the way, if you do this, then everything will be wrapped inside of this dashboard. Everything will be wrapped around this. So let me do RFCE, and I'm going to do dashboard layout. Okay, and what we need here is div dot. Okay, so what we need to do here is I'm going to create a section class name, and I'm just going to give it some padding and x4, and we will do children. Now of course, what's children? Well, you're going to come here, pass it here, but then you need to tell it what children is, because we're using TypeScript. So we can say children is react node, like that. Perfect. You see how it's like it's nice and centered? That's what I was talking about. Cool. All right, so one problem I see is we're not showing our table. So what's going on? Let's refresh. Let's go back to our, let's go back here, actually here, and I'm gonna console log this ticket JSON and see what do we get. So remember, it's not going to show here because this is a server component. So for this we need to go here. Okay, so it looks like we are getting the data which is kind of cool. And so that means we are passing it here. Oh, but we're not displaying anything. That's why it's not showing. So how cool is that? All right, so let's get to that. So if I go to, this is going to be the table. Okay, so for that, we come here and we're going to do div dot rounded dash md. Okay, and we'll give it a border. Well, that didn't work. Why? Div dot rounded dash md dash border. Cool. All right, so I'm gonna create a table from this, and then we need a table header. This one. Okay, and then what else do we need? We need a table body. I'm gonna do table body like so. Let's see, I'm gonna save it. And what do we have here? Oh, there you go. So something is coming up. All right, so let's get to it. So let's first do the table header. Okay, so what we can do is you can say table, let's close this, table dot get header groups. Okay, so they're in a group, and then we're gonna map over it, and then we're gonna say header, just say header group, HG. And what do? We say table row. Okay, since we're doing a mapping, so we need to give it a key. So it's gonna be header group dot id. Okay, like so. And then inside of it, we can say that headers dot map. So go over each group. Okay, we take the head, and then we basically return a React component. So we say table head like that. Okay, and then key will be header, right? Head.id. Okay, like that. And then here basically we do, if it is placeholder, then don't do anything. Otherwise, flex render. That's coming from panstack. Then we can do header dot column def dot header, get it from here, and header dot get context, like so. Save it, and boom, there you go. So this is our header, ladies and jelly spoons. How cool is this? We got our status assigned to, and see the arrow we're talking about for sorting, so that's coming. Okay, and then what we can do for the table body. So by the way, if you're curious where this is coming from, that's coming from here. All the stuff is there. You gotta look at the code, and pretty much everything is defined here. So it's not something I have invented. Okay, now for the table body, basically I have taken this, where did it go? Table body. I just took this and modified it. So I'm not going to type it because it doesn't make any sense, right? So I'm going to take this, and all we need to do is just say table cell. Okay, and let's see, what do we get? Cool, there you go. So we're getting the icon, the image, and here's our menu button. We don't have a menu, that's what's not showing up, but it's going to show up soon. And we have the assigned to, it's not assigned to anybody. If you look at this ticket, it's null, so that's why it's blank. So I think there you go. So we're pulling data from our database right now. How cool is that? So if I come here and create another ticket, let's say I'm not going to specify the photo, and let's say John Doe 44. I'm going to send it. Ticket not found. Oh, whoa. Okay, post. We're trying to delete one. Okay, so I'm going to say send. Boom, ticket created. If I come here, do a refresh, John Doe 44, beautiful, new. How cool is that? All right, so that's good. Now one thing I see is that let's see, can I filter by, if I do Doe 1, there you go. So now filtering is working. 44, that's perfect. Now one thing I don't see is the checkbox here. Why is that not showing up? Okay, so one thing I found out that the checkbox is coming from Shadcn UI. And see, this is where you need to be careful. So if I do checkbox, so we want to come from component, and there we go. So now we have our checkbox coming, and as you can see, this is what I was talking about. See how we have this menu. Oops, there's the menu is kind of weird, but we'll fix that. So that's that. So that's working very well. Let's go and see what's going on with the menu. Okay, so we can fix that, but let's add the other. So for this, if we come here to the drop down menu item, what we need to do is we need to say class name of text dash green 600. So that's one thing. And then also for the delete, I'm gonna do a class name of text dash red dash 600. So let's see what that gives us. And one of the reason I found is because he's coming from Shadcn UI, so we need to fix that. Let's see if that, yes, there you go. So that's better. So now we are seeing that. Okay, so we need to tie, by the way, actions to this. So like when we click it, right? So if I come here and mark complete, so what we can do for this one is on click, you can say handle mark complete, and then we need one for the delete. So I can say on click handle delete. Right, so now we need to, I'm gonna copy this and we're gonna set this up. Whoa. So we come here and we say async like so. Okay, so and then I'm gonna do the other one, const, what was it, handle delete is equal to async like that. Okay, so that takes care of that. So now let's come here, and first we need to get the row index on which row it was clicked. So we can say object dot keys, we say row selection. Okay, and then we say const ticket to mark. Whoa, mark. Okay, it's going to be an array, and this will be of type ticket, which is the type, that kind of array. Okay, and then what we can do is we can say try and catch. We can do this try catch, and within that let's do catch error, and let's just console it so we can see what's going on. All right, so in the try, first let's set the loading to true just to show the user something is happening. Then row index dot for each row that was selected. Okay, what do we do? Okay, we say const row is equal to table dot get row model. What model? This function we call it dot rows dot at, and then since it's a string, we're gonna parse it, parse int index, and then tickets to mark dot push. So we save that in array dot original and as ticket. Okay, so we do that. Once we are done with that, then we say fire a HTTP call, so we can do await fetch build URL. Since we created that method, now this is going to be doing ticket, and we say bulk because we're doing a bulk action. Okay, and so what kind of method we're doing, since we're changing the marking the tickets complete. Okay, it's a quick method, so we can do patch, and body will be json.stringify, and tickets will be tickets to mark, and status, since we're marking them complete, so we'll say ticket status dot completed like that. Okay, and once we're done with that, then we just do set loading to false, and toast, we need toast, show toast. Actually, we don't have a toaster, so we need to install that. For that, we're going to install the React npm install. Why is this thing not going away? Npm install React Toastify. Cool, so that's installed. So after installing the React Toastify, then we can come here to the main layout and we can say toast container, and we're gonna give it an auto close of 5 seconds, and we will give it a theme of colored. Okay, so that's that. So let's go here back to our dashboard. So if I come here, dashboard, okay, and let's see if we can fire this thing up. So we were in the row actions right here. So we were here in the mark complete, and let's see if we can mark all of these complete, because this should work. So if I come here, select all these, mark complete. Okay, so we are getting this weird kind of thing, and that's because of something to do with the toast. So the way to fix this is we need to create a wrapper around this toast thingy. Okay, so the way we do this is I'm going to come to components and we create our own toast tsx. Okay, and I'm going to say rfce, I'm going to say toast container wrapper. Oops. Okay, and then within this I'm going to do toast container from React Toastify. Auto close is 5 seconds, and theme is colored. Then in my main layout, I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna add this, and we don't need this one. And let's refresh. Whoops. Oh, by the way, see, that got worked, the bulk action worked, but let's just try. Okay, still not showing. So yes, so the one thing we need to do is in the layout, where did it go? In the main layout, you also want to bring this CSS file, and there you go. So the toast is showing. All right, so there you go. So that takes care of that. And now we need to do the, if I come here, we did the mark, handle mark complete. Now we need to do the bulk delete. Okay, and that's pretty much the same kind of story. We get the row index and then the tickets to delete. Then you're gonna do a try catch error. Okay, we're gonna console log the error. Okay, so what do we do in the try catch? Well, same thing, set loading to true. We're gonna add the loader, by the way. So row index dot for each, go to each row index, and what do we do? We say const row is equal to table dot get row model, like that. Okay, dot rows. Okay, dot add number dot number parse int, and that's going to be the index. Close that. Okay, and then tickets to delete dot push, you want to just push that one, row dot original as ticket. Okay, so that's that. And then basically after that we go fetch, and we hit our bulk endpoint. Okay, and we do a method of delete. Okay, I need this, and then body, in the body we say JSON. Oh, don't need that. I don't know why I went this way. I can do JSON.stringify tickets to delete. Okay, and then after that just do set loading to false, and toast.success we say tickets deleted, and reset the row selection, set row selection to this. And remember we brought in the router, so now you can say router.refresh just to refresh the state. And I think we should do the same here. Whoa. Okay, and then on error, maybe what you also want to do, just in case there's an error, we don't want to keep the loading state hanging in there. So that, okay, so that takes care of the bulk action stuff. So now we're going to move on and try to do this one. The raw actions, I'm in this file, and we started with the drop down menu, but as you can see, there's no menu showing up. So let's go ahead and start to show the menu first, and then we can do the rest of the stuff. All right, so we already have a trigger, and then what I can do is I can say drop down menu content. I like so. I just want to make sure I got it from the right place. So content from Shadcn UI. No, that's not. See, I don't want it from Radix. What I want to bring it from is at component. Is it? Let's see. At components UI dropdown. There you go. So that's what I want to bring it from. And I'm just going to do a refresh. Okay. All right. So there you go. So now you can see there's this kind of thing showing up. So we need to populate it. All right, so drop down menu content. So what do we put in the content? What we can do is I can say drop down menu label. So we're gonna put a label first, and then it's gonna be called actions, right? So let's see, that's that. All right, and then after that, I'm gonna put a item. So drop down menu item, and it's from components, and let's call this assign. There you go, that's our first item. And also I want to give it a icon. So if we go to React icons, I'm gonna refresh, and let's look for a user icon. So how about this one? That looks good, coming from AI. So I'll say import from React dash icons AI. That's that. And icons. All right, and then what I can do here is I can put the icon like so. So I'm gonna go back to here so we can see it in action. Now there's a bit of a, we need a bit of a margin. So what I can do, I can say class name equal to margin right -2. Okay, so there you go. That's a bit of a, and then let's give it a height of 4 and width of 4. Okay, so that's that. All right, so what I can do now is I can basically just copy this however many times I want to create the rest of the thing. So I need assign, then I need unassign. All right, we're gonna have to change the icon for that. Then the map view is gonna be here, and we need mark complete. Okay, and we also need one for delete. I think I can do this. Delete. Beautiful. All right, so let's do one for unassigned. So for unassigned, I'm gonna do copy this one, and let's just paste it here. What? Okay. Okay, and then I can do this. Let's go back and make sure that works. Okay, so I got the minus sign. Then we need one for map. So I can do map. And I like this one. This one is nice, from BS. So I can say import from React icons BS. Okay, and then BS fill map. So I'm gonna do this. Okay, and what do I else I need? I need one for mark complete. So we're gonna do a check. That works. And this is coming from AI. So that's that. So I'm gonna put that here. And finally, we need one for like a trash. Just the one for AI, so I don't have to, no, so it would be, okay, so I'll just take this one and I'll put it here. bs trash, and let's just do bs trash, and let's save it. Beautiful. So you can see the icons are coming up. One thing I would do is maybe have a separator between the two. So I'll say drop down menu, okay, drop down menu separator. Oh, I think it came from wrong place. Components. Okay, that looks beautiful. And probably we should just color this red, so I can say text dash red dash 600. There you go. So you get that. Actually, if you put it on this, then I think it will cover both the text and the icon. Perfect. And for the mark complete, just to be different, I'm going to come here and I'll say green. I think that looks beautiful. You can change the other colors if you want, but that should do it. All right, let's start with delete, because that's probably, I mean, it doesn't matter, but we're gonna start somewhere. So what I can do is I can come here and add a click handler. We'll say handle delete. Okay, I'm gonna take this name. Now we're gonna come here and starting to add these actions. Okay, so I'll do const handle delete, and let's just make sure that we can hit this delete. I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna go to inspect, and we're gonna do okay, I'm gonna go console, and if I do delete, perfect, so that works. All right, so with that done, then let's go ahead and add the code for delete. So actually, before doing the delete, I would like to add some kind of a confirmation dialog that will pop up when we hit the mark complete or mark delete. So let's go ahead and start to add that. For that, I'll come to my components, and how about I create a new folder, and let's call it modal, and then in here I'll create a file called alert model.tsx, and then we do our RFCE, and then we call it alert model. Oh, I always do that. I'm going to hit shift, let's close this. All right, so we're going to pass to this a couple of parameters, and it's going to be open, then on close when it's closed, and then on confirm. Okay, and then these need to be of a type. So open is a bool, on close is a callback function, so return void, and then on confirm is also a kind of function. So that will take care of the errors. All right, so what do? Well, we need to alert dialog, but we don't have alert dialog. All right, so we'll come to Shadcn, go to alert dialog, and I'm going to copy this npm, and then I'm going to paste. Cool, so alert dialog is in. So now if I go alert dialog UI, is it here, alert dialog? Yep, so it goes in the UI. So I'm gonna do this, and all right, so that takes care of that. So now what we can do is open, we can pass in open, which is what we passed, and then on open change we can just call on close. All right, so alert dialog content, we need to add content. Okay, and then we need a alert dialog header. Okay, and then finally an alert dialog title. By the way, everything is here in case you guys want to copy. You know what, I'll just come and copy. Nah, forget it, we'll just type it. Alert dialog title. Okay, and then we say are you app, oh, just are you sure. Okay, okay, so we got the alert dialog title, and then we're gonna add the alert dialog description. Cool, so there you go. So that's our alert dialog, and all it's saying is going to show this and basically ask the user, are you sure about that? So on confirm, on continue, we call on confirm. So let's see how we can, so if I go to row actions, how we can show this dialog now. So I'll just come here and I'll say alert modal. Okay, and let's close it. And why? Okay, because we need to pass in the parameters. So I'll say state.open dialog. Open dialog. State.alert dialog actually. There. Okay, and then on close we need to do that. So we call this function set state, and then we're gonna do alert dialog to false. We close the dialog, and alert dialog reason alert dialog enum.none. We reset that, and then finally on confirm we do handle confirm, which we need to create. So here you can just do this, kind of force it. All right, so now what is handle confirm? Well, I'm gonna copy this. Oops, copy this, and we're gonna come here, and I'm gonna do const handle confirm is equal to this. Okay, so now here we need to know why did we show the dialog. Was it for like what action did we cause this dialog to show? So we can say if state dot alert dialog reason is equal to alert dialog reason enum dot delete. So that means we're doing a delete action, right? And then we can do else if, I'm going to copy all this, but instead I'll do mark complete. Then we are doing this, right? So within this, let's just show the progress first. Okay, and then what we do is we do await fetch, okay, build URL, and then here you do ticket. So now we're doing the individual ticket, right? So what we can do is ticket, since we already have the ticket .id, like so, and then I can do now yes, so this needs to be async. All right, so what do we do in here? Well, we need to pass in the method of delete, okay, and once this is done, then we do set progress to false and toast dot success saying ticket deleted, and finally we're going to do a router dot refresh just to refresh the list. Okay, so this should take care of that. So I'm going to save it, and let's see if this actually would work. But before we do that, I need to come here and show the dialog, right? So I need to say set state, and what we can do, we can say alert dialog true, show the dialog, and alert dialog reason will be that's when somebody pressed the delete button. That's when we call this, so that when we click confirm, then we know why we did it. So let's take it for a spin and see. I'm going to refresh. So if I do delete, there you go. So we're showing the model, and I can click away. If I hit cancel, nothing happens. But if I come here and I say delete, continue, there you go. So ticket deleted, it's gone. Beautiful. All right, so now we're gonna go and do the other one, which is mark as complete. So the mark as complete is pretty much the same as delete. So I'm gonna copy this, and all we need to do is say handle mark complete, and we're just gonna change this to mark complete. I think that's it. And then over here in the mark complete, where we have the menu item, I'm going to do unclick, and I'm going to paste this. So let's see if when I hit mark complete, it shows the dialog. Yep, it does. So then we need to come here and add the code. Add the code here. So it's the same kind of deal. We just do set progress to true. Okay, and then what we do is we're going to do await fetch build URL. What? Build URL. Okay, and I'm gonna do ticket and ticket.id like that. Okay, and we need to pass in the parameters. So method in this case will be patch. Okay, and we need to pass in some stuff. So we will do body will be, no, not this. Body will be json.stringify, and we're gonna pass in the status, and it's gonna be ticket status. What? Ticket status dot completed. That's gonna mark it as complete. And after that, we come here and we do toast. Well, first of all, let's set the progress to false, and then we're gonna toast success. Let's say ticket status updated, and finally let's do a router.refresh. Okay, so now if I do it, it's already completed. That won't work. So I'm gonna go back to MongoDB. Okay, so here I'm in the tickets, and what I'll do is I'm gonna change this to new. I'm gonna do update. So like we're kind of forcing it. I'm gonna refresh. So this is new right now. So if I come here and I say mark complete, it's gonna say continue. Beautiful. So as you can see, the ticket status got updated. That's pretty cool. All right, so that takes care of that. Now we need to take care of the assign, unassign, and then we're gonna do the map view. Okay, so for assign, so for that, the first thing is we need to install sheet. All right, so the sheet is installed, and then we need to create an inspector list, right? So from which the user can select. So if I come here in the dashboard, I'm gonna say inspector or user list, doesn't matter, like that, RFCE, and we'll say inspector list like that. And this is going to be a client component because we're gonna have to have some interactions. And what I'll do is I'll come here and I'll say okay, sheet, okay, component UI sheet, and open. For now I'm just gonna force it to be open, and let's save it. Then I'm gonna go back to my raw actions and we can use it here. So I'm thinking maybe here I'll say inspector list. Okay, and let me save it and see what happens. So okay, so far it's showing nothing. So let's go ahead and add the rest of the sheet content, and hopefully it can show something. All right, so what I will do is I'll say sheet content, okay, and then we need a sheet header and then a sheet title. So we'll say inspector list. Aha, here you go. So now it's showing. And so what I will do is after the header, we're going to create a, so I'm going to make a note here. We need a combo box from which we can select users, and then finally we need sheet footer. Okay, and then we need a button, okay, variant of outlined, and it's going to be type of button. Okay, and let's call this close. So that's that. Then I'm going to add one more button. Okay, and this one is going to be called assign, like so. So when we select an inspector, then we're going to click this one. Okay, so we need to populate the combo box. So the thing is, currently if we look in our database, we don't have users, right? And that's because we don't have registration. So let's not jump there first. We're going to create mock users so that we can get this thing done. We're able to select the users, and then we're going to go ahead when we do the NextAuth and registration, we can tie the whole thing together. So that's how the software works, kind of work in bits and pieces, and then we kind of connect them together. Okay, so now we need to create the combo box. So if I come here to Shadcn, go to combo box, then they're telling you the combo box built-in composition of popover and the command component. So it's saying go installation of popover and command. All right, so I'm going to copy this. So we need to do this first, popover, and then they're saying we need to install command. So I'm going to install command. And there we have it. All right, so I'm going to go back, and this is how basically you do a combo box. So I'm going to copy this example and we're going to make it our own. So you will see how we can, so I'm going to come to my components and we will create a combo box. So I'll say combo box.tsx and I will paste their example here. Let me just save it, and then I'll go back to the inspector list, and you know how I had that, so I'll say combo. Well, actually I'm gonna just rename this to combo box like that. Let's just rename it to combo box. I'm gonna save it, then I go back to my inspector list and I will do combo box, save it, and let's see. Okay, there you go. So that's how the combo box will actually show, right? And now we need to modify it to our taste. So I'm gonna go back here and let's modify. So let's say frameworks, I'm gonna call users, and definitely it's gonna break something, but we're gonna leave that. Come here and whatever we have frameworks, we're gonna, and I'm gonna call this, let me close this, I'm gonna call this user, and here I'll say user and user. Let me copy this, user and user. Okay, so that fixes that. So the next thing is we need to change this to reflect how our data is going to look like, right? So the way we do this is, remember how our user model was? If we go to types and look at a user, so we have like first name, last name, email. So let me copy this. And if I go to, combo box, right, we need to kind of replicate that. So I'm going to paste this here. Okay, so let's start with the first one. Get rid of that. All right, so of course I'm going to complain now because we have changed the type. So here I'll just say full name, and for label I'll just put in the full name. So that takes care of that. And then here key will be user.id, value will be user.fullname, and what else? Check. Okay, so for check we will just do value is equal to user.fullname, and for this one, for label, I'll do full name. So I'm preparing this so that when we get data from the database, we don't have to change anything. And let's see what happened. Okay, so that's good. It is showing stuff. If I go okay, so search is working as well. So beautiful, it's built in. Let me do a refresh. Okay, select the framework, so we need to change that. Select search user, and we'll say select user. Perfect, so that works. Let me do a refresh again. There was an error, 3 errors. Okay. Okay, I think this has something probably to do with how we are showing the sheet. But once we kind of show this with the button, that should fix it, I think. Let's ignore this for now. We'll get back to it. Okay, so the popover is good. So now we need to pass in some, because when the item is selected, we want to be notified. So I will just do on value select. Okay, and then we need to define what this is on value select. So it is just a function, okay, which takes a value of type user types, okay, and then it returns a void. So that's that. And then how do we use it? Well, if I come here and on command item here on select, right, we can do something like handle select. But then what is handle select? Well, handle select, okay, so is equal to value. It's going to be a string. Okay, so what basically whatever you select here, it's going to be the name of the entity. So we need to then let's for now just go console.log and see what it actually brings for us. So if I do inspect console and if I select, okay, that's good, that's great. Okay, so one thing is not closing, we should handle that. So I can come here and I can say set open to false. Okay, let's see. Okay, there you go. So now it's closing, so that's working. And then also set value. We need to set the value to the user. So what's user? Well, we need to find that. So I'll say const user is equal to users dot find. Okay, and users, let's say user dot full name dot to lowercase is equal to value dot to lowercase. So we're doing this just to remove any ambiguity. And then we should also call this function and value select, and we're going to do user, okay, as user. Okay, so this one is giving error. Okay, conversion of type ID number first name string is undefined. Okay, so this is our type we have defined, and let's take a look. So if I come here, okay, so I have, it kind of matches ID first name. Oh, you see how ID here is string, but we have a number. So I'm gonna do this. See, that fixes. There you go. So now they are overlapping. All right, and then also for the set value, okay, so because I copied this from their samples, we need to fix this. We need to give it a type. So it's a type of user, basically an array, and then we're gonna just initialize it to empty. So that takes care of that. And then here is value dot full name. Okay, so one thing we can do is we can, since we will be getting the data from the outside, what we can do is we can say set users. So we need to define actually one. So we can say const users set users, okay, and then this one will be a use state, an array of users like that. And this one, I think we don't need this, but what we do need it to be of type user. Okay, and now it's gonna complain. Okay, so then here, then I can do full name. There you go. Now I have access to that. And I think here I need full name. So there you go. So that fixes that. And now this also works. So we need to define our own state for that. And then here I can do set users to users. And actually, I should call this something user list. Okay, and then I can do here set users to user list. Save it, and let's see what happens. Okay, beautiful. We got error. Oh, that's because we defined this function, but we're not calling it. That's fine. We're gonna do this. So I can say on value select. Then we can do handle inspector select, and I'm gonna copy this const. Whoop. Okay. And you can say inspector or user, whatever you want to call it. I'm kind of interchanging the two. User. Let's for now just console it and see if this works. Oops. I'm gonna call it user. Okay, let's save it. I'm gonna refresh this. Okay. Why is there still error? So let's see. Okay, that's the same error from before. So I'm gonna clear this, and I'm gonna select. There you go. So now we are hitting this one. That's good, and we can select both. So that's good. And so I think we're done with the combo box. The one thing I will do is, if I come here, I'm gonna just add, because there's some spacing problem. So I'll do grid and gap -4, give it a gap, padding y -4. And then what I can do, I can take the combo box, oops, paste it here, just organize, and that looks much better. And I think we should also maybe give it a full width. So if I go to the combo box, so as you can see, they have this width. How about I do this? There you go. That looks beautiful. Okay, so now what we need to do is, I'm going to get rid of this. And we only want to show this. So let's go back and just pop over, sorry, this sheet. So now we can come here and start passing in the parameters. So we're gonna come here, we can say open, and then we can define open to be a boolean. Then here I can say open like that. So now see it's closed. So now let's do a refresh and see if we still get that error. We don't get that error. So let's see if we can show it with a button now. And that would be here. So now we can do it here. And we're going to do open is equal to open. Okay, that's that. So now who's going to trigger this? That's when we hit the assign button right here. All right, so if I come here to assign and this one, so if I do on click, then we can just do set open to true. So let's see if this will work. If I come here and I say assign, and you see the error doesn't come up, let me refresh. I do assign, there you go. So now it's coming, we can select, and this is working. We're gonna handle these. So now we need to handle, because it's not closing, so let's fix that. So to do that, we need to come here on the inspector list, and over here you want to do on open change, right? And then we're going to do handle open change. All right, and I'm going to copy this, and then I'll come here and I'll say const handle open change. Okay, and so we need to close this now. So we need to pass in that state here. So I'll do set open. So then we're going to update the type. Set open is of type react.dispatch. It's a state. React.set state action of type boolean, like so. Okay, and then here I can do set open, and we're going to do false. And then here we are going to come here and we're going to do set open, like so. So let me hit this. Perfect. You see how it works? So if I do assign, then I can close it. So that works. So now we're gonna move ahead and see if we can do the tie this function, the assign and the close. So let's get rid of the close button. And so if I come over here to my sheet, and that's the inspector list, I have this close button. Close that. So currently it's doing nothing. So how about we take care of this? Okay, so we're gonna take care of the close button. So if I just come here and I say on click, actually I can just call this function, and let's see if that will just do it for us. So I'm gonna do a refresh, and I'm gonna do assign close. All right, so assign close. All right, so that seems to be working well. And now what's left? All right, so the assign button, let's take care of the assign button. And for the assign button, what we can do is we need to call a function, and we're gonna do on click, and let's say handle assign. Okay, and I'm gonna come here and I'll do const handle assign. Whoops, not that. Okay, so what we do is, first of all, let's close the dialog. Okay, that's the first thing. And then we need to call a function, and the function will be here. So we can say on inspector assign, let's call it. Okay, so we're gonna call this function. Okay, so we're gonna call the on inspector assign, but definitely we need to pass it something. And so how do we keep track of it? Well, we can create a state. We can say inspector. I know it's kind of confusing, guys. I'm using inspector and user, but that's fine. We know what it is. And I can do use state. So it's gonna be of type user. Okay, and then I can do something like inspector. All right, and then when we select the inspector, this is where we do set inspector to user, like that. So now we have it in the state, and then we can assign it. Now definitely there's a problem here, so we need to update our type. So we can do on inspector. We copy this. We need to define a type for this, and it's basically takes a value of type user and returns a void. All right. So now here, what's going on here? Okay, so to fix this problem, what you can do is in your state, well, I mean, first thing is you can just do this. That should fix it. Or you could come here to undefined, but this is easier. All right, so now we need to come here, and I need to basically on inspector assign, and then we can do handle inspector assign. Okay, so that means when we assign it, it's gonna come here. Okay, so I'm gonna do this, and let's do inspector. So of type user, and for starters, let's just log it to make sure that this is coming here. So I'm gonna save everything. I'm gonna do a refresh. Okay, so I'm gonna do assign. I'm gonna open my console. Okay, so if I select, let's say John Doe. All right, perfect. So it's coming in here, and we saw it. I'm gonna go assign. I'm gonna John Go. Right, there you go, user number 2. So that's coming too, and the sheet is also closing. I think that's pretty awesome. All right, so we're gonna move ahead and now see, come here and see, like, we need to add the code here. Okay, so what we can do is I'm gonna come here and start adding stuff here. So we're gonna put this in a try catch. Okay, so let's do the easiest bit, and we're gonna console log the error. All right, so what do we do? The first thing is set the progress and show the user like something's happening, and then I'm gonna make a fetch request, so that means this should be async. All right, so I'm gonna do fetch. Okay, build URL. We're gonna call our function, and we're doing this for a specific ticket, so that means we're gonna call the patch function, and we're gonna call our route.id like so. All right, and then the method's gonna be patch. All right, and we need to pass in some stuff, so json.stringify. Okay, all right, so we're gonna say inspector, The new inspector ID is what we're trying to pass here. So we're gonna say inspector.id like that, and status will be ticket status, ticket status dot assigned. Okay, and once we're done with that, that means everything is good. I'm gonna set the progress back to false, and we're gonna do a toast success, and we'll say in ticket assigned to, let's show the user like who the ticket got assigned to. So we'll just do inspector like that, right? And you also want to do like a router.refresh, so that can show here who the ticket was assigned to. All right, so I'm not going to try this yet because we haven't set up the user's account thingy. Once we have that, then we can test this, but let's just keep that in the back of our head. But we're ready now for this. All right, and if there's an error, and I'm going to come here and set this to false also, so that's to prevent this from stuck in this state. All right, guys, so now that we're done with that, let's move on to the unassigned, right? So that's that, and then I'm going to do const handle unassigned. Okay, so that's when we like unassigned and inspector. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, and that's this one. On click, we're going to call this function unassigned. All right, so what do we put in here? Actually, this is pretty straightforward. I'm not going to type it, but I'm going to paste it from my notes, and then I can just walk you through. So same thing, we set the progress, we call the patch endpoint on our ticket, and all we do is just update the status to unassigned, and we basically if everything worked well, we just say ticket marked as unassigned, otherwise we show an error, and that is that. So I think we pretty much covered assign, unassigned. The only thing left is now map view. So for map view, it's going to be a little bit different because we need to show a dialog box, and then within dialog box we're going to show that. Okay, so to do the map dialog, what we need to do is come in our model thingy in our UI, and we should create a map dialog. All right, so how I have model, I'm going to create one more folder. We're going to put all the dialogs here, and I'm going to create a new file, and let's just call it map dialog.tsx, and I'm going to do this, and we're going to call it map dialog like that. All right, it does that by itself. I'm going to do this. All right, I'm going to save it. All right, so now for dialog, we need to install the Shadcn dialog. Where is it? Here we go. All right, I'm going to copy this, and we're going to come here and paste. Oh, it looks like I might already have installed it, so I'm going to say no. All right, so basically all we have to do is I'm going to copy this from their example, and then what I can do is also copy this, and I'm going to bring it here. All right, like that. That's pretty cool. All right, so we need to pass in some, just like, because this dialog will be shown based on user selection. So I'm going to pass open on close. All right, and we're going to pass in the lat long because that's going to show the Google Maps. And then open is of type Boolean. We know that. On close is just a function that returns void. And lat long is of type lat long. So remember our types. All right, so that's pretty cool. All right, I'm going to come here to open, and let's just do open is equal to open. Okay, and if you want to be able to close the dialog box by hitting that close button, so you want to do it this way on close. All right, so let's save it, and let's see how we can use this, right? So let's start using it. We're going to add the map thingy. I'm going to go to row actions, and let's close this, and let's come here. All right, so here's my inspector. So how about I just put it here? So I'll do map dialog. Okay, definitely missing those parameters. All right, so we're getting this error. Let's see what's going on. The undefined. Can we do this? All right. On close, yeah, it's a function. So let's go. So unclose the function and basically doesn't take anything and returns a void. So that's correct. Oh yes, I think that's the problem. All right, so let's see, will it work if I do a refresh? Oh wait, I think we need to trigger it. We're not doing the trigger. If I go to map view, oh yeah, we're not calling anything, so let's fix that. So right here I'm gonna do onClick is equal to handle map view, and let's copy this, and we're gonna come here and I'm just gonna put it here, and I'm gonna do set state. Okay, and we'll do map dialog to true. Okay, so I'm gonna save it and let's see if we get our dialog. How cool is that? We're getting our dialog, and that's awesome. Let's do map view and boom, let me refresh. Okay, so we're seeing this ugly open thingy. Let's try to fix this. And this is probably coming from, yeah, this trigger. We don't need this because we're manually opening the dialog. I mean, we're controlling it from outside. So let's see. Yep, that works. This works too. All right. So okay, so I went ahead and got the coordinates for CN Tower. So let's create a ticket and see if we can punch these in. And right, so I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna copy the longitude. Okay. Oh wait, sorry. Yes. I'm gonna come here and do this, and then I'm gonna copy the latitude like so. And just to make it easy on us, I'm gonna call it CN Tower. Okay, and let's see, it's a post new. So we're gonna create a new. So we're not gonna send the image. Cool, so that's got created. Let's check our database. Let's do a refresh. Okay, so here you go. Here's the CN Tower. If I come here, so perfect. So my coordinates are coming in, and if we do a refresh, here's our CN Tower. So now we should be able to do a map view and see this in action. Okay, so to do the maps, then we need to go ahead and find Google Maps npm. Okay, so Google Maps loader. All right, so you're gonna come here and we're gonna npm install and Google Maps. Let's see if that's the one. Let's go back and see Node.js client. I need to find the right one. I think we need the JS API loader. JS API loader. There we go. All right, so that's the one you want. So I'm gonna come here, copy this. We're gonna come here and install that. All right, so once you've installed that, then we also need to install the types for it. Types. Okay, let's see. Oh, I think I went on the same. Oh, I was there actually. So these are dev dependencies. Don't need them in the production. All right, so cool. So that's done. Let me just show you. So if I go to my dev dependencies, here's the types, right? For Google Maps 3.54. And if we look at the JS API loader is 1.16. So that's pretty nice. All right, so when that is done, so the next thing you want to do is get the API key for Google Maps. So we're gonna go Google Maps API key. I think let's go here. And then you're gonna basically have to sign up and all that, and go to the credentials page. All right, so I've already basically these projects, but what you want to do is you're gonna create a project. Okay, once you create a project, then once you create a project, then you're gonna come here, and here you will see your maps API key. You want to copy this, and then basically once you copy it, then you can just go ahead and create one in your you can create one in your env.local file. So I'll come here to my env.local, and we're gonna paste it here. And you want to add the next public because we want to be showing this on the front end. So if you want to access this, we want to be using this. So I'm going to save it, and that should set up. Let us basically open Google Maps. Okay, so now what do? Is we need to create another component basically to show the map. And what we can do is we can come to the components. Okay, I'm going to create a new file, and let's call it map.tsx. I'm going to do this, call map, like so. All right, so how do we do this? So first things first, we're going to come here, and we're going to, let's just do this for now. So we need to create some sort of a reference. So I'm going to do map ref is equal to use ref from React, and it's going to be null, okay, initially. So now I said this will be a client component, so I think I should do that, otherwise it's gonna bite me. All right, so that's that. So once you have the ref thing, then we're gonna come here and in a use effect, we're gonna do the magic. Okay, just do this. All right, so I'm gonna come here and I'll say const init map. It's gonna be an async function, and let's just quickly call this map. Okay, like that. And so you want to have a loader, and you will say new loader. Now this loader is coming from Google Maps. Let's see if we have it. All right, it's not there, so let me add it quickly. So I'll say import. So what do we do then? Let's pass it a couple of things. The first thing is API key, and this is going to be process.end.next public maps API key, and the version, we're just going to get the weekly version, like so. And let's just do string just to make this thing happy. Okay, and let's get a hold of a map object. So we can do await, okay, await, and I'll say loader dot import library maps. So we're importing the maps library, and we're gonna call it google.maps.maps library, like that. And then also we want to import the marker, right? Because we want to show a marker. So we're gonna do await, and we'll say loader dot import library, and we will say marker, and this one is coming as google.maps.marker library, marker library. All right, so then we need to get the now position, so we will say position const position is equal to lat. Okay, so lat long. You know what, for now I'm going to hard code it to what I got from there. Let's just hard code it to this. Maybe I'll just copy both. Okay, so let's do this. So I'm gonna do this and long like that. All right, so this is gonna get us these. Actually, they call it LNG. Now let's set up some map options. Okay, and we're going to do center it. So what do you want to center it? Well, on the position. And then we're going to set a zoom level. So playing around, I figured 17 is a good one. And let's give it a map ID, and we'll just say A, B, C, D. You know what, just give it a our app name. Okay, dash 1, 2, 3, 4. And then finally, we're going to set up the map. So we're going to do const map is equal to new map. Okay. And that's going to take a reference to our map, the HTML element, basically current. And let's call it HTML. Well, let's just leave it at that. And sorry, we need to give it the map options, by the way. Okay, so now it's complaining that, well, it's null and blah, blah, blah. So what you can do is you can say HTML div element, because we will be creating a HTML div element, but now it's complaining about this. So what you have to do is you're going to come here and do this, and that fixes that problem. Okay, moving on. So now we need to create our marker. So we can do const marker, new marker. Okay, and let's give it some options. So a map is going to take a map. So the map is what we just created, and position is the position that we created, and title will be pet found here. Okay, and icon, and for the icon, let's just say URL. We'll say marker. That's the name of the what do you call it? The marker, the image we're trying to use. We're going to import it. And size, I'm just going to give it a new google.maps.size, and I figured 32 by 32 works best, and it's actually size like this. And after the icon, let's just give it an animation so it can just pop into place. So it's a google.maps.animation. And the kind of animation I want to do is, let's do a bounce, see how that looks. And finally, I will also add an info card. So just like a bonus thing I'm showing you guys, you know, this kind of content you won't find anywhere, free. Lots of research goes into it. So please like and subscribe, share, and I can bring in more stuff. Okay, that's enough. So the position and then content, we're going to give it some content, and not this, I said content. And then the minimum width, I'm going to set this to 200. Okay, so now what is this, you must be asking? Well, we're going to have to, well, we'll get to that. Let's first do info card, card.open. You want to open the info card, but what do you want to open it? Well, the map that we just created, and you want to anchor it to something, so we'll anchor it to the marker, right? And finally, you can also, if you want, add a click listener here, but we're not doing that. So that should be enough to get this thing going. And finally, in the return, we have to show all this. So we'll do like a div, okay, and ref will be equal to, I'm gonna do this, map ref, like that. And also what I'll do is I will just give it some style, and we will do height of 600 pixel. Okay, and I need to get rid of that. I think I put these in the wrong place. Cool, there we go. So that is that. Now we need to set this up. So for that, what I can do is, honestly, is just a bunch of HTML. So I'm going to do this, and we will say build. Where's my comment? So I'll do this, and then we're going to pass in some parameters. So this will be title, and this will be body. So what this is basically it's a card, info card, and you can be as fancy as you want, like go nuts with it. So, but I'm just showing you guys how you can actually do this And yeah. All right, so with that done, now it's time to show the map. So if I come to map dialog, all right, and so you see how we have the dialog description with like the dialog header and blah, blah, blah. So dialog title, I'm gonna change it to map view, okay. And I don't think so I need the dialog description. So I'm gonna get rid of that, but instead of that, after the header, what I can do is I can say map, okay, and map, so I'm gonna do this. So that's our map. I don't need the trigger, I don't need this. So that's clean. Okay, let's save it. I'm gonna refresh and let's see if this thing actually works. So if I come here and I do map view, oh wow, perfect. As you can see, it worked. One thing we're missing is that if you guys remember, we did, yes, this marker flag thingy. So if you come here, should be under publics, and we don't have it. So let's put that. So I'm gonna copy it from my other folder. I'm gonna paste it, so that's what it is. I'm gonna close this, refresh, and let's see if this will work now. So it should bounce. All right, you see how it's bouncing? It's kind of weird. I think we should change this to just drop. Okay, save it, and let's close this. And I'm gonna do map view. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So you can see it working. We're getting our card, getting the body. You can add buttons here, and you can add so much stuff here, but that's beautiful. Our Google Maps is showing, and you got like the full zoom in, zoom out. I think that's awesome. All right, so I can close this. All right, so as you can see, I had the thing hard-coded. Let's try to not do that. So now we'll be passing this as a param. So if I come here and I do lat long, so it's going to be that type. And then here I can do like, where I hard-coded it, I can do like lat long dot coordinates dot, actually just do 0. And then for this one, we can do lat long dot coordinates 1. Okay, so that's one part of it. Let me copy this, and you see how we're like doing this. So we need to pass that. So I can do lat long. All right, so we are passing the type is lat long. Okay, so now we need to go back here and we need to pass that. So we're gonna do coordinates equal to lat long like that, and lat long dot coordinates. Okay, so that is that. And then finally, what we're showing the map dialog, that was the raw actions, and yeah, here we go. So this comes from the ticket. So actually, so now if I open this, it should show me it coming from the ticket. So I'm just gonna refresh this, and let's see if this will work. Oh, that's awesome. So now it's coming from our database and it's fed through. That is so sick. That's really exciting. Can go ahead and start actually adding the, you know what, I think let's take care of this. These numbers are always 0. I think let's see. So if I go to stats, yeah, you see how like it's always 0. So it looks like we're not doing any kind of stats stuff. So we should, I think, fix this. So I guess we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go to our API and let's create a new folder called stats. And then I'm gonna create a new file .ts. So because I want to see like these stats in action once we start adding stuff like tickets. So let's just do export async. All right, so then In the try, first things first, let's connect to our DB. It's hiding right here. And then what we can do is we can say tickets is equal to await ticket model, okay, dot aggregate. So this is where you're going to learn about the aggregate function, which you can use exactly for this purpose, where you want to do like a count. Let's say if an e-commerce store, you want to get a count of how many clothing were sold or returned and all sorts of things. So here we're going to just count the tickets by their stats, or sorry, status. Okay, so you want to do like group, okay, like that. And then you want to come here and we want to find the ID. Okay, so we'll say status and grab the status. TUS, so grab the status because that's what we want to do the count on. And you want to do sum, we want to add it like that. And then once that is all done, then we can do response.json, and let's just return the tickets. I'm going to save it. So if I come here, so if I come here, open a new tab, and let's just do localhost, and if I do API stats. Alright, so we're getting a 404 not found. Oh wait, it should be under the API. Okay, oh yeah, there you go. So now we're getting something like a count of 2. Let me just do a refresh. Okay, so we're hitting the endpoint. And so now if we go back to the stats, and yeah, there you go, we were doing something here. So now we can actually use this. So the way we do this is we're gonna do, let's do is equal to await async fetch, fetch, okay, and we're gonna do build URL, and we do stats, okay, and let's do, I'm gonna give it a cache of no cache so we can always get fresh data, right? So that's that. And then if you guys remember, we did this, so I'm gonna do .json, and let's come here, and if I do a refresh, okay, nothing is happening at this point. I'm gonna close this. Let's go over to our Postman and see what's going on here. So if I just come here to API stats, and if I send, okay, so it's like returning the file to us. That's not what we want. So if I come here and let's look at the file, API stats route.ts. Okay, so I guess that's one problem I see. Let's try this again. Oh, perfect. So now as you can see, it's saying like completed, we have a count of 1, new, we have a count of 1. So now if I go back here and do a refresh, oh, actually that got updated. That's awesome. You see how like the status is updating? That's perfect. So if I do unassigned, there you go. So now we have 1 unassigned, and that got updated. Beautiful. And if I come here, mark complete. How cool is this? I think that's awesome. So now the dashboard is updating, and our stats is coming through. So I'm liking this. All right. So now let's go and move on to doing the NextAuth. There's a lot of cool things I'm going to show you guys, how to do custom login page and a whole lot of cool things. Okay, so what we do is we're going to come here or do NextAuth. So we'll be using server actions. So that's a pretty cool thing. You guys will actually get a chance to see it. So remember we had the auth folder we created. So now we can go ahead and create a folder called actions. Then I'm also going to create, I created a file. That's not what I wanted. I'm going to create a new folder called actions. And then I'm also going to create a new folder called register. And then one more called sign in. like that. All right, so let's go to sign in and get to work. And within the sign in, I will create a page.tsx and we'll just do RFCE. Okay, so we're gonna build the UI first, and then we're gonna handle the rest of it. Now, so for form validation, some people I think use Zod, but I like to use Formic, and it has worked very well for me. So if I come here and I say Formic, here we go. So let's go Formic and get started and blah blah blah, npm, here we go. So we're gonna do copy this and let's install this. Okay, so now we have Formic installed, and then I'm gonna come here and let's get rid of all this. Because it just is boring to type the class names. Let me do this. All right, so I think it'll be nice to see this on the screen while we're making this. So if I come here, so currently we have this click me button. So let's go ahead and put the sign in page. But how do we do this? So the way we're gonna do this is if we come here, so if I look at my page.tsx, currently I have this. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get rid of all of this, okay? So that's to clean everything up. And then what we can do is I'm going to use a use effect hook like so. And what we need to do then is I'm going to call a sign, whoops. I'm going to create a function and let's call it. Okay, like that. Okay, now it's gonna complain, so I'm gonna do this because it's a client component, guys, so we need to add that. There we go. Okay, so then I can do await sign in. So now this sign in is gonna come from NextAuth. So what we can do is we can do import sign in. And this is coming from NextAuth React like that. So let's just do await sign in like that. And this needs to be async. Cool. Now we're gonna come over here under the API right here, and we're gonna create a new folder. Let's call it auth. And then we're gonna create another folder, and you're gonna name it like this. So that's very important that you name it this way because that's how NextAuth wants you to set it up. Then within this, we're gonna create a new file and let's call it route.ts, like so. All right, so what we can do is we can say const handler is equal to NextAuth. That's coming from React NextAuth, okay. And you wanna pass this thing a couple of properties. All right, so the first thing is secret, okay, and then this is gonna come from process.env.nextAuth secret. So we're gonna do NextAuth secret. Now I must be asking, well, where's this NextAuth secret? So that can be in your the env local file. So if I just come here, I can do this, but definitely you can use whatever you like. All right, so with that done, then we can come and we can set up the pages, right? So NextAuth, if you don't do this, then it's going to use its own pages like the default. But since we want to customize this, and that's the whole point of this, so I'm going to do auth and sign in. So that's going to use our page, okay? And so one thing I see is we're having this, I think this is coming from wrong place. So let's see. So if I do NextAuth, right, so that's the one we want from NextAuth, right? That's the right one. Okay, so with that done, then after pages, you can define callbacks, events, but we're gonna go to providers. Okay, and a provider is basically an array. So it's like, how do you set up credentials? Like what kind of providers you have? So we're gonna do credentials, Okay, and it's coming from NextAuth providers credentials, and we're gonna set up, let's say, a name for it. So we're gonna call it credentials. So this is when you want to set up like username and password, which is exactly what we're trying to do here. And I will do email, just an empty object, and password, password, just an empty object like that. Okay, so with the credentials this done, then we need to provide this authorize function, and this is where we're gonna go ahead and do authorization with the backend. So I'm gonna do credentials and request. So this is a function, callback function. All right, so what's going on here? Okay, so yes, sorry, the credentials is a function like that. I think we need to do this, and password should be this. Okay, authorize. All right, type authorize. All right, so then we're gonna come here and we will do a try catch to catch any errors. And let's for now just console log the error. Okay, like that. Okay, and what I can do is, first things first, we're gonna connect to the DB since we're using MongoDB to do that. All right, so then I'll come here and I can do const user is equal to await user model, right, from the database, find one, and where email is credentials.email. Okay, so we know emails will be unique, so we're going to find the user by email. And then if a user is found, right, so then we do const, I don't know why I say const. Okay, let me close this. So we can say password match is equal to await. Okay, so now we need to do a compare a password. Okay, we'll get to that, just give me 1 sec. And I'm going to do credentials.password. We're going to provide the password. If none is provided, then we just do this, and we will whatever the password is. So sorry, the user.password, that's the one we want. Okay, and if password match, if password match, then basically return the user. Otherwise, if basically we didn't make it, then return null. That means things didn't go as we expected it to go. Okay, so now let's compare password. So I'm gonna go to my, let's say, lib utils, and it's basically a helper function. So we will do export async function, and we're gonna do compare password. So this is we're gonna get a naked password of type string, and then the hash password, which is also of type string. Okay, and then we basically const do a comparison. We do await compare, but now where's compare coming from? So this is where we need to install bcrypt. So we're gonna come here and we're gonna install npm install. So you want to install this one because it has the TypeScript types. If you install the other one, it's not going to have the types defined for you. All right, so with that installed, then I can come here and I can do compare, and let's see. So it looks like compare, it's not going to bring it, so we're going to do import, and we'll say, so I need two things, hash, because we will be hashing the password. You don't want to be storing clear passwords from, and it's bcrypts. There we go. It's called compare. All right, so compare, and as you can see, we're getting this. So I'm going to say naked password, and the other one is the hash password. Whoa, password. Okay, and then we just simply return the result. All right, so while I'm here, I'm also going to add another function. It's called export async function, and this one we call it hash password. So before storing the password, we're going to use this to hash the password. All right, so we're going to basically do const hash password is equal to await hash naked password with a salt of 10, and then we return the hash password like that. So we're going to use this. So now let's get back to this one and let's do this again. So we're going to do compare password. Here we go. So now this should work. I'm going to save it. Let's do a refresh and nothing is happening. Auth error. Okay, so it looks like it's going to the auth, and that's the error page. Okay, so as you can see, if you look at the console, it's saying no HTTP methods exported. Yes, so we need to export the HTTP methods, and you do that if you come to the bottom, and we can do export handler as get and handler also as post. Just gonna fire both the places. So now let's go to the home page. Okay, so that's not bad. At least we're not seeing any error screen. And so it looks like no errors. That's good. So I'm gonna just inspect the console. Let's do another refresh. Okay, so now the problem is our sign-in screen is not showing up. So let's see what's going on here. So if we come here, auth, sign in, that's the page. Oh, because there's nothing here, so we need to fix this. Cool. All right, so now that it's showing, so I can go ahead. Let's say if I do test, perfect, it is showing. Perfect. So now we can get to work. So I will be using Formic, as I said, and looks like I did not install Formic. Let's go to package.json. If I look for Formic, oh, I do have Formic. Okay. All right, so what's going on here? Okay, so if I do Formic, come on, Microsoft. Okay, let's do a reload. Okay. All right, so Microsoft is just not helping today. I'm in TypeScript. Okay, so what I can do, I can say import Formic from Formic. Okay, and now that's helping. So what I can do, and I can say Formic, and so we need to provide initial values, and email will be empty, password will be empty, like that. So that's our initial values, and then we need to have a submit handler, right? So I can do handle login. So now you must be asking, well, what is that? So I can do const, let me close that, handle login is equal to, it's gonna get some data. Okay, and I think it's form data. So we're gonna just log it data like that. Okay, so what is handle login? Well, that's a function. So we can do const handle login is equal to, we're gonna get some data. Okay, and that data is gonna have some type. So I'm gonna come here and we'll say login form interface, and then here I can say interface, login form interface, and we will have email string, password is a string, like that, and then here I have this. Okay, and then we need this set submitting. Okay, and set submitting. So let me bring this on the next line. All right, so set submitting is of basically takes a value, does boolean, and then it returns a void like that. So let's close that, and then we can do this. I think I don't need this one. Okay, I need to figure out my parentheses. Okay, I'm gonna bring this here just to make it easy. So set submitting. Okay, so that's fine. Set submitting is basically a function. It takes a boolean and returns a void, and then there you go. So so that's that. Okay, and then what we do is we can basically say const sign in just to response is equal to await fetch. Okay, sorry. So this is where we're gonna call the sign in from NextAuth React. Okay, and we're gonna use the credentials, and we say email is data.email, password is data.password. Okay, and we don't want to do any redirect, so I'm going to set this to false, because if you set this to true, it's not going to display error messages. And on successful login, you want to go to the dashboard. Okay, and I'm going to do set submitting to false, because that means we're done submission. And let's also do, okay, so one thing we should do is catch some errors. So I can come here and I can say const error, set error. It's gonna be a use state, and let's just say it's false. Okay, so then in here I can do if not response.ok. Okay, then I can do set error to true. Okay, and else. So what we should do is also get a router. So I'll say const router equal to use router. So this from next navigation. And then I'm gonna do router dot replace and sign in, or just do response dot URL. So if the user came from some, let's say, other location, right, we want to send them back to that location. All right, so that is that. So let's do this. I'm going to save it. It looks like we have error, and that's because of this. So we're going to do use client. Okay, and it looks like we have a error here. Okay, so now handle login, handle it's okay, handle login, that's that. And okay, so now let's finish this formic business. Okay, so what we do in the formic then is I have that. Okay, and then the way you do this is like this. So you can do values. It's gonna, so these are props provided to you by formic. So you get values, and then handle submit, and handle change, and then is submitting. Okay, and then here you do form. I'm just going to give it a class name of space in y-6, and then on submit we can just do handle submit. Okay, like that. Let's save it. Okay, that's not bad. Something is happening. So now we can add the form. So what we can do is I'm going to add a div. Okay, and I'm going to add a label. So I'm not going to type it, and we'll just put it here. So if you're wondering where I got this, so if we go to what is it called? If you go to Tailwind UI components, and then you can actually come here, right, sign in and registration. So you can then look at the code and basically take this. I think they have a React version. Here we go. So you can take this and basically just use it, but I'm using formic, so that's why I had to change mine to look to work with formic. So I'm going to show you guys how you can take this and make it work with formic. So now then what I will do is, after the label, I'm gonna just organize this a bit. I'm gonna have a div with a class name of margin top -2. Okay, and within this I'm gonna put the input is coming from this guy. So you want to give it an ID, and the ID is email. Okay, and then this is important. You want to give this a name because that's how Formik is going to keep track of it for you. And then on change, we just do handle change. So that, you know, any change that's happening, Formik will have that for us. And then we can do values dot email. Okay, that's why we pass in this value. And then type is of course email, so this is to help the browser. Okay, and then finally placeholder email, and then we're just going to give it some class names, and these one I took from here honestly, so I'm not gonna type them again. Let's just copy and do a paste. I'm going to save this. All right, so it looks like I'm missing the closing tag. Yeah, that's beautiful. Okay, so then after this div, I'm gonna have another div and a label. No need to type it, it's the same deal. We're gonna just do like this. So this is for the password, and then in the end I'm gonna have another div and then a button. As I said, guys, this is, I took the example straight from here and just modified it to work with Formik, so no need to take credit for this. Okay, here's your beautiful sign-in button. Okay, and then here's your Formik and all. And then after all that, you see how they have this, yeah, not a member, right? So we're gonna basically take this, all of that, and they are adding it. Okay, so I need to fix this, by the way, because I see the gapping is all messed up. I'm gonna do this. And then what I can do is I can take all this Formik stuff and I can put in here. Yeah, that's beautiful. All right, and then I can take this, Control C, and I can put it here. Let's see what that does. All right, so that does this, but we don't need this because we're not doing that. We're doing a registration stuff. So I can do sign up. Okay, cool. All right, so instead of this, we're going to use the more safe link tag from Next, and we want to take user to auth register like that, and I think that's all I would need. Yeah, cool. So if I inspect this, yeah, that's good. It's going to take us to there, so I'm going to refresh. That's awesome. All right, so that's our sign in. How about we also just go ahead and do the sign up so we can get rid of that. At this point, I'm going to show you guys the server actions. So I'm going to come to register, and we're going to create two pages. One will be called a page.tsx, and then I'm going to create one more. It's going to be called registration form.tsx. All right, so how about we just kick off with the registration form. All right, so let's go, and I'm going to do function. Let's do RFCE. Okay, and I'm going to say registration form like that. It's going to be a client component like that. All right, so I'm going to do this. Okay, so if you want to use the new server action thing, then what you want to do is you want to do const state and form action. Okay, now where's form action coming from? Okay, form action, and then you're gonna do use form state. That's coming from React DOM like that. And so we're gonna do register user and initial state. Okay, so now what is all this mumbo jumbo? All right, so we're gonna do const initial state. We're just gonna have it a message like that. All right, I'm gonna do this just to make sure. All right, so what's register user? Well, so that's where we're gonna go to our actions. So if I come here, remember we have the actions, so that's where we're gonna use this. So I'll say actions.ts TypeScript. All right, so I can do export async function, and I can do register user. Okay, so it takes a previous state, okay, of type any, and then form data of type form data. Okay, and so then if I come here, then I can do register CCS come from action, so that's what we need. All right, so let's complete this register action. All right, so let's go in the try, and I'm gonna first grab all the parameters. So let me, because all I'm doing is from the form data, just getting the field names, because we're gonna have first name, last name, email, and password. And then what I can do is this user. Okay, so now what is user? Well, so this is where we need the validation, and that's where yup comes into place. So I can come here and I can do npm install yup. And so the way we do this is we're gonna come here to the top, and I can do const user is equal to yup. So now what's yup? Well, we need to bring it in, so we can say import star as yup from yup. Okay, so then we can do yup dot object. Okay, so this is where you just define basically how your fields, like the rules, right? You want to define the rules here. So I'm going to do first name is yup dot string, okay, and it's required, and the error type, if there's any error, we will say, you know, first name is required, and we want a minimum of 1 character, so like a very short name, right? So that's how you define this. So I'm gonna just copy and paste this for the other fields. All right, so then we will do user dot validate, okay, and we'll do passing the first name as first name, last name, that. And then, so one thing you want to do is I'm gonna pass in this option, which I'm gonna do abort early or false, because what will happen is if you don't do this, so if it encounters the first problem, it's just gonna return and not check the rest of the form. So I wanted to check everything, just tell us all the missing fields or all the errors. And then finally, if this is all good, then we come here and hash the password. Remember we did that, so I'm going to password dot to string, and otherwise just do this. Okay, and then we go connect to DB, connect to our database, and finally we're going to do await user model dot create, and then you're going to pass in all the fields. So I'm going to copy this. So that's it. Okay, and finally here I'm going to return an error so we can display it. So I'll say message error.errors or fail to register user. Okay, so now it's complaining. So we can do like this, const e is equal to error as any, and I can do e. Whoa. E dot errors, there you go. And after we're done registering, by the way, so we should redirect the user. So I can do redirect. So that's from next navigation, and we're gonna do auth. So after you register, you wanna just go to sign in page. Now it's important that you place this outside of the try catch, because by default, this is gonna throw an error. So you wanna put this outside of try catch. Cool, so now that this is done, we're gonna go to registration form, and that takes care of this. Okay, and then here now we can start creating our form. So I can say form. Okay, and we're just gonna give it a class name like that, and then for action, so if you guys know like PHP and stuff, so this is the same idea. So okay, so I'm gonna do form. So let's go, if I go to register, what happens? Okay, so it looks like we didn't export something, so we can do export Actually, I can, there you go. So I have export default registration form. Okay, let's finish this registration form, then we can see what's going on here. Okay, so for the registration form, honestly, it's pretty straightforward. What we have is, I'm gonna bring in the input. Did it bring it? Yep. Okay, so what we have is just an input field with the ID of first name, and this should match with how your model looks like. So we have first name, last name, and we don't need these, and it's a required field, and we have this class name. So I'm gonna copy and paste the other one quickly. Okay, so in the end, well, we just need a submit button, and the way we're gonna do this is, if you come here to our components, okay, we're gonna come to components, and under UI, we're gonna do a new file, and let's just call it submit. All right, so in here, I'm gonna do RFCE, and let's just call it submit button, like that. Okay, and so what we have is a button that is just a button. Okay, and let's just come here and add some class names. So honestly, I'm not gonna type these, and that's that. Okay, and then for label, so the way we do this is, if the form is being submitted, right, and this is where we take the pending state, and that's coming from use form status. That's come from React DOM. That's part of the actions. So if it is pending, right, then we show a loader. Okay, otherwise we're gonna just show a title that's passed by the user. So what's the title? Well, we can do this title, and title basically is string. Okay, so title is the string. Okay, so now what's a loader? Okay, so loader, if I come here, I can just do a new file, and we can do loader.tsx. And so we're gonna install a loader from React Spinners. So if you come here, you can do React Spinners like that, and you can install them like that. So I will come here, and I can do pim install React Spinners like that, and it is so simple that you don't need to type this. So I'm going to install the beat loader, just like beats. If you check the website, they have all the options. But anyway, so I'm going to do that, and then I can come back here, and then I can say loader like that. So that's going to bring that. Right, so now we need to bring the submit button into our registration form, and this is the place to be. Submit button. Here we go. And let's just give it a title of register. There. Cool. Okay, so now let's see what's going on. So let's just go to sign in. See if that works. Sign in. Cool. So sign in is working. And if you're not a member, we need to go to sign up. But for some reason, the sign up is acting up. So now we're going to go to the actions. And right at the top, you need to do use server if you want to use server actions. And if I save it, we're going to come and refresh, and there you go. So this is our registration form now. And let's try to register. Actually, let's see if error come up. Okay, so that's coming up. So let's try to register. So let's try to register. Is there dummy at gmail.com abc. So let's see if our password check works. Okay, so the loading thing came, but as you can see, we're not getting any error messages. So what we need to do maybe is, you see, guys, remember we had this state. So this state can carry the error message with it. So right here, what I can do, I can say state.message. If there's a message, then we're gonna go ahead and display it. I'm gonna put in a p tag, and we'll say error state dot message, like that. And I'll give it some class names to just make it stand out a bit, like that. Oh, there you go. So password, that error showed up, so that's pretty cool. Okay, so that's good. I think we've already set up the stuff here. And oh, so one thing we see, we should be storing the hash password, so that when the password is stored, it's hashed. All right, let's give it a try. So if I come here and if I do dummy@gmail.com, and we will use password as password, and let's see. Cool, look, that worked. So we're registering and we're getting redirected to the sign-in page. That's awesome. So let's go and refresh our database. I think I need to do this. There's supposed to be a refresh button, but wait. Okay, we'll just refresh here. Oh, insane. There you go. So we are storing our username. Look, the password is hashed, and we're getting this. Let's try to log in with this credential and see what happens. So if I come here, dummy@gmail.com, password. So I'm just going to enter wrong password. Okay, so looks like, okay, unauthorized. So that means, yep, I entered wrong password. So we should display some error message here, and that is happening on the sign in page. And we already have this error thingy, so we should display something here. All right, so if I come here right above the formic, I can say error if there's an error. And so we're gonna do div and div, and then we're gonna do same kind of idea, invalid credentials. All right, so I'll give it the same class names. Okay, I still don't have it, so I'm gonna go grab it for the role of alert. Why? Oh, cool. So that's working. All right, so let's see. So we are setting the error to do. Here we go. Okay, and so what will happen after we log in? We should be, if you guys remember, we said we should be redirected to dashboard. Cool. Let's try that. So I'm gonna do dummy@gmail.com, password. Oh yes, there you go. So we got redirected to the dashboard. Now there's no way of us to sign out, so how about we add an app bar at the top. So let's come to our UI, and we can do, actually we'll come to the components, and I'll do new, and I'll do app bar.tsx, like so. All right, we'll call it app bar. All right, so this is gonna be a client component because we wanna handle the the event handlers when we log out. Okay, so one thing we should do is, well, let's start first. So I'm gonna get rid of this, and we need to give it a class name of, we'll call it flex, and we'll just justify everything with in between spacing. Let's create an h1 dashboard, like so. Typing too quick. All right, let's bring it in, and just to make sure we can see everything. So if I go to dashboard, then I go to my layout, and I can just bring it here. App bar. Let's see what happens. Cool. Here's our dashboard. All right. So we will give it some. Let's give it some class name. Okay, there you go. So that's pretty cool. All right, so what do we need after that? Well, we're gonna do some flex, and then justify, center, align, middle, and padding of 2. And what do we want to put in here? We want to put the logged in user ID or email. Actually, let's put that. So I'm going to div, and let's just do font semi bold, like so, and let's do hello. All right, so we need to grab the user email. So how do we do it? Well, this is where we're going to use session. It's stored in a session. So what I can do is I can say const data, which is a session, and we can say use session. Okay, so this use session is coming from NextAuth React, this one, like that. And then I can do session dot user dot email. Okay, and I'm going to save it. Okay, so I'm not saying that we must wrap this in a session, because somebody has to provide up higher the session to this guy. So the best place I can think of is, since we're using this in dashboard, so if I come over here to the layout, then I can use it probably here. So it's got to be a client component. So how about we create an auth context.tsx or FRCE, then I can do auth context. Okay, so this I'll make a client component, right? Because I don't want to turn my layout into a use client, right? We want to serve as much stuff on the server as much we can. So I can come here to auth context. I'm going to turn this into a session or client component, and then I can do session provider. It's coming from here, and we need to pass in the children. Okay, so I can do children, and then what's children? It's a React node. So I'll come here and I'll say children is of type React node, like that. And then we can do children, like that. All right, so it still won't work because we need to now wrap the layout. So I go to the layout, so then we're gonna come here and we will do auth context, like that. So I'm gonna take everything and put it inside of here. Okay, let's see. Cool, so there you go. That works, beautiful. All right, so we also need a log out button. And the way we can do this is right after we do this, we can do button from UI button, and let's just call it log out for now. There we have it. And so we need to call the sign out function, and that sign out function is coming from the built-in sign out function actually. So we should just give it a class name. I want to give it a margin left of 2 because it's too close, and then on click we should call sign out, and you want to provide a callback URL, and in this case we just want to go back to the start login screen. So if I come here now, I do log out, boom, I'm here. So I think that's pretty cool. So let's see if I try to go to the dashboard, what happens. So if I do dashboard, so you see how I still can go to dashboard. So we need to protect this now. We need to kind of guard this. So how can you guard, basically if you have a lot of pages and you want to guard them. So how do you do this? Well, there's a very easy solution for that, and that is through a middleware. So you're gonna come to the very top where your like other stuff is outside of the app, and we're gonna create a new file, and let's call it middleware.ts. And it's very simple, only 2 lines. We're going to export default from NextAuth middleware, okay, and then export const config matcher. You want to provide a matcher, and we want to match to dashboard, like that. Okay, and I think that should be it. So now if I come here and I do dashboard, Boom, it takes me to a sign in screen, as you can see. So I'm gonna go register. So that should be okay. I should be able to go to register without logging in. That makes sense. But if I go to dashboard, boom, I'm taken here. So now let's say I log in gmail.com and I'm gonna do password. All right, so I'm taken here, but what if I come here and let's say I'm logged in and I go to auth register. Okay, so you see how it kind of brought me here? That's kind of weird. So let's fix that. So the way we're going to do this is if we come to component and what was it? So basically the sign up, we're gonna take a look at the sign up. Sorry, it's an app auth register right here. So this is a server component. One thing I'm confused, like you gotta do use server, and then the one without the use server is also server. Anyway, so I can do const session is equal to await get server session come from NextAuth. Okay, and definitely this gotta be async. All right, so we can do if session. That means if we're logged in, then just redirect to the dashboard like that. So now it's asking what is redirect. It's actually coming from next navigation. Cool. So there you go. You see, so okay. So I'm gonna try to go to register. So if I go, I say auth register, bring me back here, and we can do the same maybe for the sign in page, but I'll leave that as an exercise. But there you go. So I can log out now. I can sign up. Let's sign up a different user, dummy1 at gmail.com, password. Cool. So we come here, then I can do dummy1 at gmail.com, and here we go, we're logged in. Perfect. And so now what we need to now do is when we hit the assign button, we need to populate this with our actual users come from the database. So let's take care of that next. Right, so now if you guys remember, we had this combo box. So if I come here, this one, we create this combo box and we are filling it with these users. So now that we have our backend set up for the API, so we can do that. So I can do const get users, and it's going to be an async function, and then I can do const result is equal to await fetch build URL, and let's just go to the user endpoint, and here I will do the cache strategy to be no cache because we want to get fresh list. And then what I can do, I can say users is equal to await result.json, and then set users to users like that, and then let's call this function. So let's see if this will work. By the way, so I want to get rid of this one because we don't need this anymore and don't need this. So let's save it and let's refresh. So now if I go assign, all right, so it's coming empty. Let's just do a console log and see what we have. So I'm gonna go inspect console, and yeah, this is a client component, so we should be able to, let me refresh this. Okay, let's try this again. So I'm gonna do assign. All right, so so we are getting the users first name and last name, but there seems to be error. Each child in this should have a unique key prop. Okay, so I thought we already had that. Alright guys, so what I did is I just restarted the server. I don't know why it wasn't coming up properly. but as you can see now, the first name and the last name is coming. One thing I see is this guy, the last name is weird. Let's go log in. All right, so if I come here, then you can see the last name. Oh yeah, the last name should have been dummy. Let's just call it, let's just leave it at dummy. That's it. I'm going to update, apply. All right, so if we come back here, I'm going to refresh. We're going to go assign, and yeah, that's better. So let's say I'm going to assign this ticket to mummy dummy, so first name, last name. All right, so I'm going to select this one, and then we're going to do assign. Okay, perfect. So as you can see, your ticket is assigned. We need to fix the spelling to object, so we need to fix that, and that's happening. I think it was in the dashboard. If we come here and then under row actions, handle assign. If we come, where is it? Right here. So okay, ticket assigned, so that's that. And then we can do inspector dot full name. All right, so let's go if we assign this one. So I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna close this. I'll do assign, assign this to this guy. Assign, yes, so assign to this. Beautiful. All right, let's go assign logout. We're gonna sign up another user. Say John Doe. Okay, cool. So now I'm going to sign in as john@gmail.com, password. Okay. So log in. Okay, so John is logged in. And let's say if I'm going to create a new ticket using Postman, so API ticket new. Let's do API ticket new, and let's select a file also this time. Open, and how about test? Okay, send. Whoops, should be post. Did we get it wrong? API ticket new. Cool, so that ticket is created. So let's come here and do a refresh. Boom, so we have, there you go. So the picture is showing up. Also, by the way, one thing is I'm not able to click on this to show it in a window. So let's fix that also. But if I now come here to assign, then I have John Doe, and I can assign that to John Doe. So that's working. But if I want to unassign this, so I can do unassign, and boom, that kind of goes back into unassigned. So I have two assigned, one unassigned. And so we need to fix also this, how you see how it can, how it's too big. So let's try to fix that. And that's where the columns we had for the dashboard. That's the avatar. See, the problem is it's coming from this. So it should be at components UI, and I'm gonna get rid of this and see if we can bring it in. So if I do avatar, components UI avatar, and then same for, there you go. So that's not beautiful. What about the avatar image? It's coming from avatar. Okay, so that's good. So now that's showing up good. So now we need to fix this because I'm trying to click on this and looks like we are not handling this. So if I go to my, row actions, and just let me try to find that. You see here data table. So here we go. So we're supposed to show a photo model. Do we have that? Actually we don't, and that's the reason why it's not showing up. So let's see if we can create, I'm going to minimize this, a model to show the photo. So as you can see, we only have alert model. So I can come here to my model and we'll say photo model.tsx, and we can say that. All right, so it's going to be an alert dialog like that, and we're gonna have pass in the open, and then on open change we're gonna do on close. So now we need to, same as before, we just need to pass these, and we need to have on close, and we need to provide the URL of where the path to the image. Remember, we generate that one. All right, so open is of type boolean, on close is a function that takes nothing and returns nothing, and URL is of type string, like that. Okay, so now I can do alert dialog. Okay, so we're having these errors, it seems. Oh, need to do this. All right, and then I need to do alert dialog content, and that should be this. And I'm gonna give it a class name with a padding of 4. Okay, and so if we have a URL, if that's provided, then what we do is we use the image from next image, because it's safe. We give it a width of 800, and a height of 800, and source is URL, and this is give it an alt pet photo. Okay, and that's a self-closing. So that is that. And then we also need to add an alert dialog footer. So I can do alert, footer, and all we're going to do here is just have a button to close the dialog. Alert dialog cancel. Oh, that's not the one I want. I want to bring this one. Cancel. Okay, or let's just say close. And let's just give it some class names. So we'll do class name like that. So I'm going to save this. All right, so now we need to show this somehow. And if we go back to the data table and somewhere, let's just do it in the at the end. Photo model. We didn't export that, looks like. Oh, here we go. It should be capital P like that. So now if I go back, now let's try this. Photo model, there you go. All right, so open will be equal to photo model.open. Okay, on close, what do we do is if set photo model open false and URL to empty string, and finally the URL is photo model.url. Cool. Let's save everything and let's see if this will work. I'm gonna refresh. Let's click. All right, we're getting error. That's amazing. So this brings us a good point, is because it's not allowing images from Firebase. So basically, in summary, we need to configure this. So for that, you're gonna go to your nextconfig.js file, and you're gonna start adding changes here. So in here, what I can do is I can say images, formats, formats, image, this, and let's just add also image webp. And then you want to tell it where it's coming from, and we're going to do protocol of HTTPS and the host name. So this is a very secure way, I guess, to prevent this makes your website more secure. So googleapis.com. Okay, so Firebase storage at googleapis.com. All right, so with that said and done, I think I'm going to restart the server just to make sure these changes take effect, and we're going to give it a shot. I don't know, sometimes it just takes a while to load. So let's click on this. What do you know? There you go. So now our image is showing up. I can close it. How cool is that? And here's the cool part. If we don't have an image, we can click on it. So I think that's working very well. Awesome. Can we? Yeah, we can also search. All right, so I think we pretty much covered everything. So we have the ability to create tickets. One thing actually I think we also need to add is some sort of a loading screen. You see how it should show here when we first log in. So let's try to add that. So for that, I'm thinking first we can come here and create something like a loading TSX loading model. Okay, and we want to just show like a full screen loading model so that we tell the user like, you know, something is happening. So again, it's going to be the same thing as an alert dialog, nothing fancy here. So no need me in typing that. Open and open is of type boolean. What we want to show this. All right, and we need to then show this. So I'm going to do this dot react one too many times. Okay, so I need to show loader, UI loader. There you go. All right, so now with that in, let's go back to our data table here, and then we can show it, just add it here, and then we should have a state for it. I can do loading model. Okay, and then I can do open loading like that. So save it. Let me just see if we are setting this. So if I go set loading, okay, so we are, so let's try to see if I can mark these. This one is complete. Yeah, there you go. That's what I was talking about. So if that's working, leave me unassigned. Okay, so looks like we're not calling on unassigned this, but you get the idea. You can do it like this. Let me go to map view. Map view is working. All right, so I think this completes the front and back end of this. So what we covered was a sign up registration screen. We did a sign in screen. Then we created a beautiful dashboard with the stats that updates in real time and which show the status of a ticket. We are able to search for a ticket. We're able to do bulk actions. We are able to assign ticket to a person. We are able to do Google Maps. We can unassign. We can mark individual ticket as complete, and we can delete a ticket, right? And then at the same time, we can also load images from Firebase. We can see those images. So now this needs to be connected to the mobile app and see if we can submit, because that's the idea. The tickets will be submitted through that, and then we should be able to see it here and tag action on it. So we're going to jump into that next. All right, so we're going to come here to Xcode and file new project. I'm going to select app. We're going to hit next. We're going to choose a name, Pet Rescue app, and SwiftUI, Swift, and I'm going to hit next, and I just store it. All right, so here's our app. Now, before we go forward with anything, let's just set a couple of things. And the first thing is I'm going to come into the assets, and you see how we have the app icon. So let's drop one in quickly. So I built this one in Photoshop, and there you go. And then the other thing I'll do is I'll right click here and I'll do new folder. Let's call this color. Then I'll create another folder and I'm going to call it images. Right, within colors, I'm going to click and we're going to do new color set. And I'm going to call this background. And then I will select
basically this sidebar, so it's the very far right, and then you want to do none. Okay, then I'm going to reselect it, and then here you want to choose the 8-bit hex. The code that I've chosen is this, so it's kind of going with the theme. So now the similar way I'm going to create two more, button shadow and button. So I'm going to zip through that. All right, cool. With that done, within the images, I need to drop an image. So I will do that from my folder and right here. So it's a picture of a cute dog. All right, so that sets that up. Then the other thing we need to do is add some kind of packages. So just like how you would have in JavaScript, like npm packages. So we also have some package dependencies. So come here to file. You can do it from here, file, and basically, whoop, I need to select this first. This is going to be file, and we're going to add package dependencies. And then, so if you have the Git repo of the dependency, you can add that here. Or since I have downloaded from GitHub, then I can do add local and kind of navigate to it. All right, cool. So that has been added here. And then the other thing we need to do is add permissions for the when we want to take photo and capture the GPS coordinates. So you're going to come here, click on, if this is selected, you want to unselect this by clicking the targets, then go to info, and then here I'm going to add the plus button, and I can do privacy, and let's camera, you just, there you go. So I'll just add a description for the user. So this app uses the camera to capture photos. That's one. Now I'm gonna hit plus again, and I'm gonna do privacy and location. And let's just see location always usage, and we can say this app uses location services, like that. Okay, I think I should change this to not always, but when in use. This one. Okay, we don't want to always be using a location. All right, so with that done, I think we're done with the setup. One thing I will do is just, if you come here, there's a package dependencies. You can also add it from here. Just add the plus button, and you get the same kind of screen. All right, so let's come here to content view, and let's do a build to make sure. Okay, everything is okay. Looks like build succeeded, and now we'll just wait for the preview to load. Cool. All right, so let's get rid of this. All right, so I'm going to start with a Z stack. Okay, let's just give it a color, and let's just choose that background, and let's just do ignore this safe area so it goes all the way. All right, cool. And then I'm going to have a V stack. Within that, I'm going to add an image, and it's going to be that pet dog front, like so. Pretty cool. All right, and after that, let's add a spacer. All right, so then here what we need is a button. Okay, and a button, and I'll do take photo. Actually, this will, yeah, take photo. Let's just do that. And then it's going to have a label. Okay, the label is going to be text, and it will say exactly what it does, take photo. All right, so let's add some properties. So we're going to add some padding. I'll do dot padding, and in the horizontal, I'm going to go with 40, and then I'm going to do in the vertical of, let's say, 12. All right, and then let's just do font dot system and system, and I can do size of 24. There you go, that's bigger. And let's just do background, and let's just choose that button like that. There you go. All right, so let's just give it a foreground color of that white. Okay, and then we can do a clip shape of that capsule, and then because I feel capsule looks more friendly, And let's just give it a shadow. And for color, I'm going to do color, and let's just do button shadow like so. And let's give it a radius of 20. There you go. You can see this nice glow. All right, so that's that. And then after this, since we're still in our VStack, all right, cool. So now I'm going to push this to the middle. I'm going to add a spacer here. So that's nice. Now what will happen is when somebody clicks the take photo, a sheet is going to come then with a camera preview where they can take a photo. When they take a photo, then after that we want to hide this button, not show it, but at the bottom show two buttons. One will say retake photo, the next will say next actually. So let's do that. So for now I'm going to add it, but later we're going to have to add some condition to it. So what we will do is this will be in a navigation link. Okay. And for now I will just do text and say user info. Okay, and we'll do label. All right, so in here I will have an H stack. All right, and I'm going to have two things, a button. So for now I'll just say retake photo, and let's give it a label. And I'll do a text of retake like that. Okay, and then the other thing I need is text, and we'll just do next. So that's what I was talking about. Now for the properties are very similar, so I'll do this. Actually, maybe what I should have done is just kind of create a component out of this and then you reuse it, but that's fine. All right, so there you go. One thing I will do is maybe make this 50. All right, so the buttons are a bit close. I think we could let's do spacing of 10. Okay, how about 20? Maybe 30. Okay, so that's probably because we need to wrap. Let me see if I can minimize all this. That's because we need to wrap everything in a navigation link. So I'm going to take this, put it here. Let's reformat the code, save. All right, missing argument. What argument? Whoop, navigation view actually. There you go. I'm gonna build it. Yes. All right. There you go. That works. All right. So now we can go here. If I do retake, it should. Okay. Take photo works. Why is retake not working? Whoops. Should be print. All right. So I'm gonna do retake. There you go. That works. This works. I can go next and back. All right, so let's start with the simple things where we hit next. I want to show a user form, create a view model, and see if we can validate all that. The camera one is a bit involved, so we're going to get back to that later. So let's start with the easy bunch first. All right, so in here, I'm going to create a new group, and let's just call it model. All right, and then I will create another group. Let's call it view model. And how about one new group, and let's just call it view. I'm going to take the content view and drag it into view like that. So that should take care of that. Okay, we're still good. Let's go in the model and create a new file. And we're just going to, whoops, it's going to be a Swift file. And we're going to call it user info like that. So then I can come here and I can do struct user info. It's going to be codable, and I can say submitter. So it's the phone, email, and agree to terms. So now we also need to be able to submit the GPS coordinates of the user, and we need to add that. So you must be asking what's lat long. So if I go to model, I'm going to do new file, Swift file, and let's just call it lat long like that. And it's pretty simple. So I'm going to do struct lat long codable And we will have just two simple properties, a latitude and a longitude of type double. All right, so if I go back here, this should resolve itself. I'm going to build it. Beautiful, build succeeded. So now let's start with the view model, and let's do one for the user. I always type it here. So Swift file, and we'll say submitter info view model, like that. I'm going to create it. Okay, so we can come here, we can say class submitter info view model. It's going to inherit from an observable object. So the first thing you want to do is do an init so that you can stop this guy from complaining. Okay, we're going to add a couple of published properties, and the idea is if you don't know, published means that they're connected to the UI. So when you update the UI, it updates this. And I will do submitter name string, like so. All right, so I'm gonna add the others. Okay, so basically phone, emails, same thing, agree to terms, alert message, show alert. All right, the only thing we are missing is the alert type. So alert type is nothing but an enum, and we're gonna do alert type. The idea is to show to the user something when basically there's an error or if we are successful. So I'm going to do title, and this is basically the string representation of the enum. I'm going to do switch self case error. We'll do return error case info. We will do return info, like that. That should take care of this. Now it's saying that we need to initialize these. So how about we just come here, and so I don't need this. Okay, let's build it and agree to terms. So like one way you could do this also is just come here and do this, and that's the same thing. So if I build it, boom, success. All right, so now what we need to be able to do is when the user fills out the form, we should be able to submit the info. So we can do submit info, and we need to pass in the image. So it's going to be the pet image, and it's going to be of type pet image. So that's something we need to create, and we will get to it. And then the GPS coordinates, which will be of type lat long, like so. Now what's pet image? So let's go ahead and create that. So I'll come here and let's just do a new file, Swift file, and let's just call it util, like that, and then we can create it here. All right, so I can do struct pet image, and it's gonna inherit from transferable. So if you must be wondering what's transferable. So transferable is, so let's say you have images or something that you drag and drop. So this is what you would use for it. This, you can read more about it on their website, Apple, a protocol that describes how type interacts, blah, blah, blah. One thing I've noticed, the documentation just sucks. Like, I wish they could make it simpler, but it's like a protocol and interface. All right, and we need to then, so they have this property, okay? So we need to implement that because, well, that's what the protocol is. It's complaining that transferable is not in scope. So we need to do SwiftUI, and that should take care of that problem. Cool. So now it's saying it doesn't conform. So let's conform it. So you can do static var transfer representation. Okay. And then we need to do this data representation. Okay. It's a function. And we can do data representation imported content type, okay, and image. Okay, so we're gonna get data. Okay, so it's like a callback function, I think. So if you can click on it, let's see if it'll take you anywhere. Nope. Okay, so first let's do a guard. Let guard let UI image is equal to UI image, like that. And we need to give it some data. What is that data? Well, the data that we got. Now, if this is good, well, we're going to move on. If not, then we're going to throw an error, and it's going to be a transfer error. So you must be asking, well, what's transfer error? It's an enum, and we can do transfer error, and it's gonna be case of import failed, like that. So this should take care of that. Cool. So this is successful. That means we got the image, and we can create a new image out of it, and I can do UI image like that. Then we can just return the pet image. Okay, and we pass in the image as image, and UI image as UI image. Okay, so but what is image and what is UI image? Well, we need to come here and just define them. So I can say image, and let UI image is UI image, because I'm using image and UI image because I think I need to do this. This one is used to, so we can do manipulation on it, so that we can then send it to the server. And the other one is so that we can display it on the front end, sorry, in the app. Now it's complaining, so it should be error. I should take care of this. So if I build, cool, build succeeded. All right, so coming back here, so this fixes this. So now let's construct a user info object, and I can do user info, and there I'm going to select this, and we need to basically populate all the fields. So let me quickly do those. Boom. All right, so all we're doing is just populating the name and all that. Okay, and so then I can now, let's go ahead and do a user info, see if we can print this, and this is actually working. All right, so for this, let's create a new file, and this time we'll create a SwiftUI view. I'm going to hit next, and let's just call it submitter info, whatever we call the view model. You want to basically just follow the same kind of idea. All right, so let's do a refresh. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to create a VStack, and then we are going to create a form. So the first field, I will do name. Okay, and it's going to have text property, and we need to now tie this to the view model, right? So the way we do this is, I can do at state object var view model is equal to submitter info view model, like that. Then in here I can do view model dot submitter name, right? Okay, so now we need to give it a prompt. Okay, and it's going to be a text, and let's just help the user. We're going to do first, last, like that, and let's just also add an italic to it. So there. Okay, so for the next field, we're going to use that iPhone number field that the dependency that we install, and you will see why it's so helpful. It will do the formatting for you, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. And then text, we're going to bind it to the view model, and we're going to do submitter phone, like that. And you need to give it a property. We'll do, sorry, specify maximum digits. There you go. And let's just do for North America of 10. Okay, and now it's complaining, so we should import this, and there you go. So that fixes that. And then we're going to add another text field. Cool. Okay, so we got the name, phone, email, and finally we want the user to acknowledge the fact that we will be capturing their GPS, the location. So let's just do like this. So I'm going to do text I accept. Okay, and we want to show the user a sheet which will have the terms and conditions, right? So you want to save yourself. So for this one, I will have basically this property. Now you must be asking, well, what is this? So we need to define. And this one, I'll just come here, add state is presented, and I'm gonna have it false. So that takes care of that. Okay, and then what I can do, a label, and let's just do text and terms and conditions. Let's build it. Okay, build fail. Oh, var. Let's build it. Okay, cool. So basically when they click on this, that's why we put this in a button. Then we want to show the sheet, and then I will do spacer. All right, so here's the thing. I'm gonna do view model dot agree to terms. When they agree to terms, you want to show an image, and system name is checkmark. Otherwise, and then sorry, also we want to give it a foreground color of dot green. Otherwise, just don't display anything, nil. So now what do I get this? What do I get this? If you come here and do SF symbols, and if I bring this up, so you can search for checkmark. That's right here. So that's what I'm using. Okay, so that's kind of a visual indicator to them that they have agreed to the terms and conditions. So now how do we do that? So we're gonna come to our vstack, and then I can do dot sheet, and it takes a presented, like how somebody has to trigger this, right? So we can say is presented, and that's going to be binded to is presented. Okay, and then what content does it have? Whoops. So let's do content like that, and let's just do terms and conditions view. So now we don't have this, so let's create this terms and conditions view. So I'll come to my views, I'll create a new file. It's going to have a SwiftUI view, and we're going to do terms and conditions view like that. All right, so this is very simple. So all you have to do is vstack. All right, so you want to put this in a scroll view so that the users can scroll. I'll do text, and this is where I just honestly just went online and grabbed some lorem ipsum. But if you're doing this in production, you definitely want to add proper text. All right, so got one too many, and let that load. Actually, I think we have an error somewhere. Yes, terms and conditions view. Okay, let's see. And now if I go here, let's resume. Cool, so that's coming nicely. The only problem is we probably need some padding. Aha, that's beautiful. And see, I can scroll, so that's why we do that. And then we should have a button. All right, so we can just for now just say agree, and let's give it a label, and we'll just say text, whoops, agree, like that. Okay, let's just foreground color and dot white, and let's just do a background dot blue. Cool. Looks very ugly, so let's try to fix it. If I do a frame width of 300, okay, and then a height of 40, I think that should be good enough. Okay, Incorrect argument label, width, height, sorry. All right, and then I will also do a corner radius of 6. Perfect. So that is very nice. And then we should also give them a chance to disagree. You don't want to just force them to agree. So we'll say disagree, and let's copy the same thing, and I will do disagree. Cool. And for this one, I don't think so. We need this, so I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna get rid of this. All right, so now we need a way to dismiss this and tell the parent that, hey, somebody agreed or disagreed. So let's create a binding. So that's how it works. So just like how you do prop drilling in React, that's the same idea. We pass the state and let the child update it, and the parent is gonna get a update. So we'll say agree to terms bool, okay, and then in another binding var is presented, and also bool. Cool. All right, so in here then, so in here where we agree, right, I'll say agree to terms true, and we'll say is presented to false. And then for this one, I will do agree to terms false, and the other one's also false. So let's just organize the code. All right, so now here we need to, the preview needs to be satisfied. So we can do agree to terms, and the way you do this is you do that constant false, and for this one dot constant, let's just do true or false, doesn't matter. Oops. All right, so now build fail is because we need to pass them here. All right, so then in here I can do agree to terms. So it's a binding, so we use the $, we do view model dot agree to terms, and then for this one I can do is presented. Okay, let's build it. Okay, build succeeded. I'm gonna refresh. Let's see if this works. So I'm gonna click this. Oh, nice. So you can see the we got the sheet. I'm gonna disagree, it goes away. I'm gonna hit this, and you can see the check mark telling the user that they have agreed, and that means this is also working. Pretty cool. If I go back, disagree, it goes away, and if I agree, awesome. All right, so we need to have a button where we can submit this. Okay, we also need to add a title at the top, so let's do that. Navigation title, let's just call it user info like that, and then navigation bar back button hidden. We're gonna hide that, but instead we're gonna do navigation, it's gonna be an inline mode. All right, and then we're gonna create our own toolbar. I just don't like the default one, so that's why we're gonna do this one. I'll do toolbar item. Okay, and you want to give it a placement, so the placement will be dot navigation bar leading like that, and then we need to give it a content, so the content will be a button. Okay, we're going to call dismiss, but you must be asking, well, what is dismiss? I will explain in a second. And then we need to just give it an image of system name of chevron dot left. So this is coming from the SF symbols. Now, so what is dismiss? All right, so SwiftUI has this new cool thing where you can have this, you have access to this environment object, well, environment variable. It's called dismiss. Okay, and basically it helps you to dismiss a sheet, or in this case, we want to dismiss the screen, so we want to go back, and that's what we're doing here. Dismiss. So let's build this. Cool, succeeded. So I'm gonna refresh. So at this point, I think, well, actually, no, sorry, I'm just jumping ahead of myself. We forgot to add that button where we can just submit this. So let's come here where we have the I accept. Okay. And so where we have this form, one thing I want to add on this form is disable auto correction to true. We don't want to be doing that. All right, so here I can create a group. Okay, and remember we did that the progress thingy in the view model, so I can say view model dot in progress. So if when we submit it, we want to set this to true so that we can tell the user something is happening. So what we do simply is show a text field and we say submitting ticket. Okay, and let's just make it nice and big. Okay, so that's that. Otherwise, basically we have a button and label. We're gonna do text submit. Okay, there you go, like that. And let's just give it some props. So it's just a width foreground, same as I did there. So I'm gonna save it, and for now what I will do is first we need to validate if the form is filled in. We don't want to be people submitting blank forms, so we need to create a function to do that for us. So for that I'm gonna come here. So here's the thing, no need to put this in the view model. This is purely a UI thing, so we'll put it here. So we'll say validate info. It's just like how you would do in React. This is basically exactly how React will work. You're not going to create another file just to validate the form. You just do it right there in that same file. Okay, so we need to keep track of the validation errors, and the way we do this is we can do something like add state private var, and I can do validation errors, and this is going to be an array of the validation errors. So now what is the we need to create an enum for it basically. So I can do enum validation error enum like that, and all you do is just basically whatever fields you have, you so put the enums for that, cases for that. So I'll say invalid name. So we have invalid phone, email, and terms and conditions. That's what tag is for. And then in here I can do validation error enum. Okay, and then we need to initialize it, validation enum, like so. That's how we initialize it. Let me minimize this. Cool. So with that done, all right, so first of all we clear whatever errors we have. So validation errors dot remove all. So that's going to clear all the errors, and then we basically just do like this: if view model dot submitter name dot is empty. Okay, if no name is provided, then we basically do validation errors dot append, and then you do invalid name like that. Okay, and then let's do one for the if they didn't agree to the terms and conditions dot agree to terms and conditions, then we do validation errors dot append do dot invalid terms and conditions. And then finally, let's just put this here. Finally, we are gonna go ahead and say return validation errors. Validation error dot count is equal to 0. I think I should do this. So what this means is if the count is 0, it's going to return true, which means there's no errors. Otherwise, basically, we have errors. So let's build this. Cool, it failed. That's because of this. So we can do then here if validate info else return null. Okay, so this will guard. We don't need null, so this will guard again. So basically the idea is when somebody hits the submit button, this is going to check these fields and it's going to return an error. Now how do we display these to the user then? Okay, so the way we do this is you're gonna come here and below each field, then we do like this: if validation errors dot contains, say, invalid name. Okay, so all you do is you just do text field, oops, text, and we say please enter a name. Okay, and I'm gonna do a foreground color of that red, like that. So let's see if this will work. You see, that's pretty cool. If I enter a name and do it, then it doesn't show the error. So let's do also for the others. All right, cool. So let's do this. So there you go. So now we need to add one for the phone and email. We'll get to that, but at least this is working. So if I go ahead, agree to the terms and conditions, then submit, and now it's good. All right, so now what do we do for the phone and email? We need to create some sort of a create some sort of a validator here in our utils. Okay, so for that, I'm gonna come here and I'll do struct. We will call it validator. Okay, and I'm gonna create static functions in here. We'll do func and is valid email. Okay, we pass it an email, which is of type string. Okay, of type string. And all it does is it's going to return a bool telling us whether that was good or not. And then the same thing, we're going to create a static func is valid phone. Okay, like that. We're going to pass it a phone of type string, and it's going to return a bool like that. All right, so for the email, I went ahead and found one on Stack Overflow, how we can validate an email address. So that's the regex. So what you do is you do this: let email predicate, okay, is equal to ns predicate. Create a predicate for it, and we will have a format. So it's gonna be self matches, okay, %a. And what do we want to pass to it? The args. Well, that's the email regex. So all you're trying to do is doing basically creating a pattern that we're going to match. So that's the pattern that we have, and then we do basically email predicate dot evaluate. So evaluate it on what? On the email that was passed to us on this email. Okay, so that should be that. So now we need to do the same for phone. Dot evaluate. Okay, with what? With phone dot. Okay, so you want to, because the phone number that we get from the field, it's basically there. Remember that the number field that we created. So it's gonna have the different like brackets, and also we want to clean that off first. So we can say replace occurrences, replacing occurrences of unwanted characters, okay, like that, and with just a blank thingy, and just you want to give it some options, and that's going to be a regular expression. Okay, so we want to for this cleaning, we want to use a regular expression. Is that what I was saying? All right, so this is gonna validate the phone and the email address. So let's go ahead and now see if we can use it here. And right after this one, let's just do if not validator dot, see, there you go. Now we're getting it, phone, and then it's gonna be view model dot submitter phone if it's not valid. Okay, so what we do, well, we just append the error. So it's a pretty nice pattern that we have. Validation errors dot append, and it's gonna be dot invalid phone. Man, I think I need a break. All right, and then also we need one for the email address. Let's build it. Cool, so that works. I'm gonna refresh it. So okay, I think we need to, oh, we did that already. Preview crashed. Beautiful. Reopen. How cool is that? I crashed the preview. Okay, so one thing I found that it should be at and not to, because I think we're passing this parameter. So I think that's why it was crashing. So if I come back here, I'm going to uncomment. I was trying to figure out what was causing the issue. So let's refresh. And let's see. Aha, there you go. So that works. So let's enter something. If I come here, I think we were printing this. So if I hit submit, probably not. Let's see. Where's that button? So where it says, here it is. Okay, so we're just doing the guard. We're not. So at this point, I would do view model dot. I think we created this. Yes, here we go. All right. So now, by the way, we need to capture the image. So we can't do it yet because we need to capture the image. But what I can do is, if I come here and just create another function, kind of similar, but without this, right? Without this. And can I do just lat long and lat? Let's just for now just do 0 0. So to satisfy this, and then I can go back and I'm gonna call this one submit info. Let's call it test. So I should go ahead and create it. So let's just say submit info test. I can go back here and I can do submit info test. Let's go back here and I'm going to build it. Let's refresh. Cool. So let's now do John submit. Aha, there you go. So user info is going to our view model, and then from there we can then pass it on to the server. So that's beautiful. All right, so now we need to pass in the image that was taken by the camera, and then we also need to somehow capture the GPS coordinates. All right, so how do we capture the GPS coordinates? Well, for that we are going to create a service. But before I do that, and I forget, I am going to get rid of this. Okay, and we're gonna come here outside, and let's just do it at the very top. I'm gonna create a new file. It's gonna be a Swift file. Let's call it location manager, like so. All right, so we need to import a couple of things. One is core location, and then import combine framework. Combine, like that. Okay, so what we can do then is we can say class. I can say location manager. Okay, so first it inherits from NS object. It's going to be an observable object. Okay, and finally CL, we need to inherit from the CL location manager delegate. So we get these nice updates when the location changes. It's going to complain now, so that's fine. So what we're going to do first is private and let location manager is equal to CL location manager, like that. Okay, and then we create a couple of published properties. Well, not a couple, just two. So we can do a location status. Okay, and then it's going to be of type CL authorization status, and then add published var and last location. What was the last location that the user reported, right? Or the phone actually. So these properties. And all right, so what we need to do is then we're going to override the init method. Okay, so first call the base .init. That's always a good idea. And then we want to do is like this: location manager .delegate. We are the one, we're saying basically notify us. So we are the one that should be notified of location changes and all that. Okay, then we want to set some properties. So location manager desired accuracy, and we will say KCL location accuracy best. Okay, and fine. Then the other one is location manager request when in use authorization. Okay, and while we're using the app, so we can ask for authorization. And then finally, location manager start updating location. Okay, so that we can get the location updates. All right, so we need to create an kind of a property. So we will call it status string. Okay, so it's going to return a string, and basically first let's do a guard, and let's do status is equal to location status else return unknown. Okay, so if we can get the location status, fine, otherwise just return unknown. And then I'm going to do a status switch on this. All right, so it's nothing but just a bunch of cases. So if it's not determined, just do not determine. If it's this, then return this, blah blah blah. Okay, oops, control A in this. Okay, so that's formatted. All right, so then I need another property where I say user latitude. It's going to return a double, and all I do is return self dot last location dot coordinate dot latitude, or just return 0, means they're on the center of the earth or something. And then also user longitude. Okay, and then we can also do fat. Okay, maybe it's a sign for me. Okay, and I can do lat. It returns an object of type lat long, so we can do lat long, and this is where we pass the user latitude, and then long will be user longitude, like like that. Okay, so that's cool. So people from outside can call this function, and they can get a nice object like this, so they don't have to query the individual ones. Okay, so let's override the location manager function. So I can do location manager, and we can do manager. Okay, CL location manager, and did change authorization status. Okay, CL authorization status. So this basically saying when we ask the user for permission, so what did they choose? So then I can do location status is equal to status, like that. Okay, and let's just also print.debug. Can we do that? Print.debug? No? Okay, that's fine. Can I do self dot status string? There we go. So that should print what the user location status. That's the one we defined up here. So that's what we're trying to do. So you see how this is a published property. So whoever is using this, they're going to get notified on what the status is, and they can do whatever they want with it. What happened? Okay, let's fix that. I think there was some naming problem. And then the other one we have is location manager, and then we will do manager CL location manager, and did update location this time. Whoop, did update location. locations. Okay, so you're gonna get like these array, which is probably the GPS coordinates. And what we can do is first we can do a guard. Location is equal to location, okay, z dot last. Get the last one. If you don't have anything yet for us, you're still trying to figure things out, then just return. Otherwise, last location is equal to location. Okay, let's build everything, and again, it is saying insert method location manager rename to location manager to satisfy. Okay, there. So I guess that satisfies it. So let me do a build, and this looks like there's errors. Yes. So I'm gonna get rid of this for now. Let's build again. Cool. All right. So since at this point we wouldn't be needing the location from the user, so this will be a good time to use it. So I need to do this. All right. So what I can do is I can do add state object var, and I can do location manager equal to location manager. Okay. So this is where things fire off. Right, so we were doing that guard validate info. So this is where then you can do location manager dot, and then whatever the function we did lat long. Right, so this will have the GPS coordinates. Okay, I'm not going to print this to the debug console or show on the screen because it's going to expose my exact coordinates. Note hard code GPS codes to other location, because I might get excited and just send mine. But anyway, so now the other thing we need to do is we need to call the view model dot submit info, but we need to get the pet image. So I'm gonna do this. So we need to pass this. Jump ahead and do the interesting piece, which is how can take a picture, show the camera preview, and thumbnail. So this is where we need to just stop and just talk about that. Sometimes there's code already written that you just have to use, and you don't have to reinvent the whole thing. So this is and that's a good thing actually to do. So to be able to take code and reuse it for your own purpose is a pretty good skill. Okay, so now that is out of the way, so if you go to Apple's website, so there's the link, they have this nice code sample which is basically previewing the camera output, and they talk about how you can fire up the camera, have a preview. Now that we have given credits to Apple, then what we can do is right here I can create a new file. If I can click, and this is going to be a Swift file, and let's call it camera, like that. So I'm going to take code from that Apple sample and basically just paste it here. Okay, so I understand some of it, and some of it honestly I just did not sit down and understand. But all right, so all they're trying to do is you want to get a capture session from a photo device or a video device, and then you go through frame by frame, and then you can see they have is it the back device, the front device. So we'll be using the back device for this one, but you can definitely switch it. And okay, so there's this logger thing. We don't have this logger. Whoa, actually we can create that. So if I go to utils, that's not a big deal. So if I go to util, let's go to the bottom, I can do this. That should satisfy. Cannot find logger, and that is, my friends, from os.log. Cool. So we can build it now. All right, build succeeded. Lots of warnings, but that's from Apple's code. What do you know? Yeah, so don't get, if you see this, don't get discouraged. That's how software works. Take the code, paste it, first make it run and make it work with your app. That's the important thing, right? But anyway, so now that that is done, then I'm going to come to view models, and we're going to create a new view model, and it's going to be a new file, and it's going to be a Swift file, and we are going to call it camera view model. Okay, so let's create a class. So the first thing I will do is get a hold of the camera class that we created, like that, and then let's create an enum. Okay, the purpose of this is when you capture an image, it goes through certain states, like it's in progress, is it successful, was it a failure. So this is what we're trying to capture. Loading, and we will say progress. Okay, on success, we're gonna do the pet image. Okay, so that means everything was successful and we got the image, and any error is gonna come here. All right, so we're gonna create a couple of published properties. Okay, so we need a viewfinder. If viewfinder image, it's gonna be of type image, so like a live view. And then also we need to be able to show a thumbnail to the user before they can confirm. Thumbnail image, okay, image, like that. And then we also need published. Okay, so private is going to be private to us. A setter is private actually, but we can read it from outside. So what's the current state of this image business? So we will start with empty, not emoji. Okay, and then also published var image. So has the user selected an image yet? We'll say false. And finally var take, when they hit the take photo, right? So that's for that. So let's just do false, not take phone, take photo. All right, so it's saying image is not found, so this will be a good time to bring in SwiftUI. Cool, so let's build it and make sure everything works. Yes, just don't show me this. All right, so the next thing is we're just going to have our constructor here. All right, so we're going to come here and we're going to create the handle camera preview. Okay, and it's going to be a sync, and we're going to do let image stream is equal to camera. So that's a camera we created above. It's a preview stream, and then we do dot map. Okay, and we take image. Now you must be asking, well, what is image? So that's an extension we need to create, and we're going to come here. We'll say file private, it's private to us. Extension, this is going to be extension on CI image. Okay, we say var image of type image. Okay, and the first thing we do is we say CI context is equal to CI context, like that, and then you do guard let CG image, okay, is equal to CI context dot create CG image. And so we are the one, and from self dot extent, okay, like basically the boundaries of the image, that's what we're trying to say, and else basically return nil. If we couldn't construct an image, just return nil. Okay, otherwise come here and we will create an image and the decorative. Okay, so it's saying create a decorative image and scale of 1, and orientation is dot if so many. What you can do with the image, we're going to do with up, so straight. So this code again, as I mentioned, I got it from that the sample that I showed. And then there's another extension, a struct we'll create. It's called photo data. Okay, so this one we will have a thumbnail image of type image. Okay, and then we need var thumbnail size. Okay, so we will do width of type int. and height of type int, like that. And then finally the actually raw image data. Okay, it's going to be type data. And let me just move this up. And then finally the image size. Okay, again int and height of type int. So it's going to be height. Okay, like that. And then there's one for the image orientation. So this one, again, I got it from the sample, so I'm not going to type it. So now if we go back here, then this works, right? So that's good. So now then what we do is we say for await image in image stream. So go through the images in the stream, and we create a task on the main thread, main actor in. And what we do is, okay, this should be in. Okay, is view finder image is equal to image. Okay, so remember the viewfinder is this published property, so this will be used by the UI, and we keep supplying these images to it. So all we're doing is basically from the image stream get the image, the stream of images, basically that's what we are saying, then go through them one by one and just push them, pump them to the preview so we can show them, and we do this on the main thread. Okay, and then we need one to unpack the photos. Again, this came from that sample that I shared, so I'm not going to type it because it's not my code. Basically, the only thing I did is this photo data is what I created right here, and this is where I'm capturing the image size, the thumbnail size. That's all I'm doing, but the rest is all excuse me, but the rest is all from Apple. Now it's complaining that we don't have this, so let's import AV Foundation. Let's build this. Okay, build succeeded. That's very great. So now I guess we can see, let's see if we can show a preview of the camera. I think that's going to be exciting. So let's go ahead to the view and content view, and we're gonna try to do this here. So right at the very top, let's do add state object private var view model is equal to camera view model. Okay, so that's that. And then what we can do is we need to show this in a sheet. So we can do present is equal to false, like that. All right, so you see how we okay, you see how we have this button where we print this. So here what we can do, we can say view model dot take photo dot toggle, and then this will allow us to show a sheet. So what I can come here on this Z stack, I kind of find the shortcut, but anyway, so I'll do that sheet. Okay, and then we do is presented, and then we'll do view model dot take photo, like that. And then what will be the content? So for now, let's just do text take photo. Okay, so let's build this. So build succeeded, and let's start the preview. Cool, so if I hit take photo, all right, so that's coming up. Now there's no way of dismissing this. So what we can do is, so I'm gonna take this content thingy out, and we will do on dismiss, and let's just do did dismiss. And then I can do the content, whoop, photo preview, so this camera preview. And then I'll create a function here, it's called did dismiss. And all we do is we just do view model dot camera dot stop. So we stop the camera preview. All right, and the other thing we do is right in here, we're going to create a geometry reader. Okay, and it's going to be we're going to get a geometry object, geometry, okay, in. Okay, so here we need a viewfinder now. So for that, we will come here and our view, and we'll create a new file. It's going to be a SwiftUI view. and we will call it viewfinder, like that. Okay, and in here we need a binding, so the images that are going to get passed to us. Okay, and then what we do is, oh, this should be outside here. Right, within this I'm going to create geometry reader, and I'm going to do geometry in. Okay, if let image equal to image, if we have an image, then basically you just display it. So resizable, and dot scale to fill, and dot frame. Okay, so width is going to be geometry dot size dot width, and height will be geometry dot size dot height. Okay, so that is gonna be our viewfinder, and I think the preview is asking for something. So what we can do, we can say image dot constant and image system name. Let's just do pencil for now. All right, so if I go back to my content view, then here's what I can do: viewfinder, and then I can do viewfinder. Okay, image, it will be our, so it's asking for the binding, so I'll say viewfinder image. Remember, that's the one we created, and then we'll do dot frame height, and I can do geometry dot size dot height, like that. And then we want to overlay something on top of this with an alignment of dot bottom. Okay, this should be alignment like that. All right, so now what do we overlay on top of it? Okay, missing arguments. Okay, so you want to show like just how the iPhone has that when you launch the camera, there's the circular button. We want to show that actually precisely. So I can come here and I can do private private func, and we'll say viewfinder button view. Okay, and it returns some view. Whoa, like that. Okay, so we create an edge stack like that. Then I'm gonna have a space. That's what we're trying to do. What? Okay, so then here I can do view model dot camera dot take photo. So when you press it, we just take a photo, and then label the text. So this is, I guess, when the icon doesn't show, so we show this. Okay, and after the label I can do icon and Z stack. So we're going to create the circular kind of icon, so I can do circle. Okay, dot stroke border, and I can do dot white. Okay, and line width of 3, and then I can do frame width of 62, height of 62. Cool. And then after that we'll create one more circle, and this one we will fit it. So the first one is the outline. Okay, and dot white, and then we have a frame, and this one the width is, so this is like small because it's inside. Height is also 50. Cool, so let's build it, and we'll succeed it. All right, so remember here overlay, so then I can call and I can say view finder button view. Okay, and then for this one I will do dot frame height geometry dot size dot height times 1.25. Okay, just some factor, and dot background dot black dot opacity of 0.75. Cool. So let me refresh this. Okay, so if I do take photo, so you see this is what I'm talking about, the button. So that's what we created. I think it's showing the text as well, so we should probably hide it. And if I come here, so we did a spacer. Okay, we have this label. Okay, so maybe I'll do spacer like that. And then on the H stack, right here, we can do dot button style, just do plain. And then we're going to do label style of dot icon only. And let's just give it some padding. Let's see what happens. Cool, that's what we want. So all right, so that's pretty cool. And once we hit this button, it's gonna close the the screen. So maybe we should do that. Where is it? Right, so actually we are doing that. So if I come to button, so it does call take photo. All right, so the other thing is, I think we should add some kind of a way for the user to be able to get out of the photo thing. So right here, I can do another overlay, and this time alignment will be dot top leading, like that. And I'm gonna create a button, and what this button does basically is view model dot take photo dot toggle. That's what it does. And then what we can do, label, okay, icon, whoa, label. So let's just give it a label, and we will say close live preview. Okay, and then I can do icon image system name. Let's just call it chevron.left. Okay, what happened here? Oh, that's good. So let's see if we can see this in action. Okay, there we go. So, oops, there you go. But we're showing the thing, so we're gonna fix that. Let's do dot font dot system and size of 28. So it's nice and big. And dot foreground color dot blue and dot opacity 0.85. Okay, let's take a look. Cool, that's pretty cool. All right, so now what we need to do also is let's just give it some padding because it's kind of closed up. All right, that's pretty cool. And then we should also do dot label style dot hidden. Sorry, icon only. I meant label style. All right. Cool, let's see. Awesome. So if we hit it, see, kind of goes back. Beautiful, that works. Cool, I like it. All right, so now the only thing left is showing the camera preview. I think we already have the code, but it's not going to show. It's not going to show on this one. So let me rebuild it. Why it? Let me resume. Okay, why is it saying user info? That doesn't make any sense because yeah, next, and the navigation link. Oh, there. So we need to do. Oh yeah. So now we can do submitter info view, and we were supposed to pass in something. Okay. So we were supposed to. So if I go to submitter info view, we're supposed to pass. Okay, we don't have that. So we need to pass in the pet image. Right, so if I come here, I can do private var, actually just do var pet image is of type pet image. Okay, and then in the init, I can do pet image of type pet image, and then I can do self dot pet image equal to pi. Cool. So then when we call this guy, then I can do pet image is pet image, and lat long is location manager dot lat long. Okay, something went wrong. Okay, fix. So that works. Oh yeah, because we didn't give them labels. All right, so now what's the problem? So we need to fix this. All right, so for this, I can come here and I can do pet image, because we need to pass in this. So I can say pet image. It's an image, and we can just do image, just, I don't know, just pass in something, or just, we'll just do the pet dog front. Okay, and then also needs a UI image, and that'll be just an empty UI image. Let's see if that fixes that. Incorrect argument. Okay, let's fix it. Okay, is it PI? Is that what we call it? Oh, because of this. Okay, that's fine. All right, so now here, all right, so we need to supply this here, but then where does the image come from? And this is where we can use the image state that we created in our view model. Okay, so I'll do like this. If view model dot image selected, if the user selected an image, then we do all this. Let's see, I think, yeah. So I'm gonna take all of this and I don't want, and okay, so we can then just do it like this. Okay, so for now, let me just do this so I can get rid of the errors. So we can say nav link. Cool, so that succeeded. But now we need to we still don't have the image. And this is where I can come here and I can do switch view model dot image state. Okay. All right, so case dot success. So success means that we got the image. So then I can do let, and it's going to be passed to us when it's successful. So then what I can do is I can do pet. We're going to show a preview of the image dot image, right? So let me just bring this on the other line, and then let me copy these. These are just the same properties on an image. We've been doing resizable, padding, scale to fit, blah blah blah. Nothing special here. All right, so we're gonna show the the preview of the image that the user took, and then after that we're gonna have the navigation link, and this is where we're gonna do submitter info view. PI is pet image, like that. And let's see. Oh yes, because the pet image is within this case, so we need to bring this in also. Yes, that's what the problem is. So let's fix that quickly. Oh yes, it must be exhaustive. So let's add the empty loading and blah blah blah. Okay, let's build it. Cool, so it succeeded. Right, so the idea is when the image is selected, when the user selects an image, then basically that's going to come here, and then based on the state of what happened to the image, if it was successful, we're going to get the image, then we show the image preview, and at the same time we show a button to the user so they can retake and go to the next screen. So let's refresh and let's see if that works. All right, so now I think what I can do is I'm gonna hook this up to my phone, and let's see if we can do a nice preview. So let's hit play and let's see if it downloads on my phone. Exciting. Actually it went to the simulator, but that's fine. So yeah, it's not going to show the camera thing. Android does it. I don't know why iPhone can't do it. So I'm going to close this, and I need to connect here and okay, so it's saying the deployment target because, all right, so I'm gonna have to come here and info, and I'm on 17, so I'm gonna go to 16.4, and let's see now. Okay, build succeeded. All right, so I'll see if we can do a screen share. All right, cool. So as you can see, this is the app looking pretty good. I'm gonna hit take photo, and it looks like we're not seeing any preview, so something's wrong over there. So I'm gonna close that, and let's figure out what's going on. One thing I think we forgot to do is we didn't start the camera, looks like. So it'll be nice to start the camera. So here, then I can do a task, start a task, and we can do await view model dot camera dot start. Cool, let's do this again. Let me start the preview. If I hit take photo, ooh, look at this. We are getting a live preview. If I hit take photo, okay, nothing is happening. We'll fix that, but at least we're getting a live preview and it's not going away. So there's definitely some work to be done. But the preview is coming, so let's take a look, see what's going on. All right, so this is our viewfinder. And one thing I will do is, I think we should name it viewfinder view. We're going to call it viewfinder view, like that. I'm going to go back, and this will be viewfinder view. So that's good. So it looks like the okay, so we have this. I think this bar factor height is too much. So let's try to tone this down. Let's see what that does. 0.25, how's that? Okay, let's see. That's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna even go more lower. Oh yes. How about 0.1? Splendid. All right, so that takes care of that. So now the preview is going to show here. I think before it was just like all the way. So that's that. Now the other thing is when we have pressed this button, it wasn't taking a photo. So let's see what happens. So that's the thing, and we call take photo on the camera. So if I come here, camera, and then take photo. So I think for that we need to go ahead. I think we need to add this one function where, yes, this unpack. So we're not we're not unpacking the photo, so we need to do that. So if I come here, I'm going to do func handle camera photo. Okay, and again async. Okay, all right, so this one, what I will do, what I will do is let unpack. Okay, we're going to unpack the photo stream. So the one we did above, that's for the preview, but now we need, when we take the photo, what do we do with it? So we do photo stream, okay, dot compact map, okay, like that. And then here's where you unpack it. So it's unpack self dot unpack photo, okay, and you want to give it the first argument. Yep. All right, and then for await photo data unpack. So we get the photo data from the stream. Oh man, unpack. Okay, like that. Okay, so then we create a task that runs on the main thread, main actor in. Okay, that's beautiful. Okay, so let's just clean this up like that. Okay, so then we do self.image state. That means we got the image, and we're going to do pet image, and image will be photo data the thumbnail image. Okay, and UI image, this is the one we're going to be passing to the server. Say UI image data, and this will be photo data dot image data. We'll go image data, this one, that's the one I need. and we're just gonna force it, and then toggle photo, self, sorry, take photo dot toggle. That means you've taken the photo, and image selected is true. That means we have taken the image. Okay, all right, something is not right. This should be data like that. So let's build it. Cool, this is good. Oh, one thing we should do is right here, we need to also come here and start this task. Wait, and it's called handle camera photo, like that. Okay, so I'm gonna build. Okay, so let's fire it up again. See, that's the thing I was talking about. Aha, that's what I'm talking about. As you can see, we're getting a nice preview. Okay, that's pretty good. I can go back, I can do it again. So now let's take a, okay, so it looks like it's not refreshing. It's not refreshing the screen. So for some, see, when I go back, it's not reinitializing itself. So let's see why. So let's stop that. All right, so one thing I think I see is I need to take this and I'm going to put it on the geometry reader. And let's organize the code a bit. All right, let me move this here, and I'm going to save it and let's give it a try. So let me start the screen recorder and hopefully, fingers crossed. Okay, so the app is here. Hit take photo. Okay, cool. That's good. So the image is up and we're getting a live preview. So if I hit take photo, oh yes, look. Okay, one thing I see on the top, we have this take photo button, so this needs to go away and we can handle this. If I take this, see this button, so what I can do, if, let me just paste it here. So this will be like the first time we do this. So I'm gonna do this and let's X this out and let's see. Okay, I'm gonna paste it and I'm gonna run it again. Okay, hit it. I'm gonna take a photo. Awesome, that's amazing. So let's hit a retake. All right, so the preview is working again. That's amazing. I'm gonna hit it again. This is beautiful. All right, I like it. So now I'm gonna hit next. All right, so you see this is what I was talking about, the location. So allow while using app, we're getting that. I'm gonna hit submit. We're getting our error. So let's just do, okay, and we're gonna terms, so agree. If I submit, perfect. So looks like everything is working as it should. I'm gonna hit submit and yep, on the screen you can see everything comes up. So now now we just need to push this to the server. So let's work on that. So I'm gonna shut the preview. I'm gonna close this here. And we're gonna work on that next. And finally, take all of this and push it to the server. So I will minimize this and we're gonna create a new group and we'll just call it, we're gonna call it services or service layer, doesn't matter. And then we're gonna create a new file. It's gonna be a Swift file and we're gonna call it pet rescue service. Okay, like so. All right, so it's gonna be class pet rescue service, and it's, so the first thing we will do is define a base URL. This is where the server resides. Okay, our API endpoint basically. So I'm gonna do HTTP, and then we will need to plug in the IP address. You can't do localhost here, it's got to be the actual IP address, and then it's going to be API ticket because that's the endpoint we created. And then let's just do our constructor, And finally, it's going to have only one method. So network response is, I'm going to create a struct, and then actually, you know what? All it will have is just a message that's coming from the server. That's it. And then we are also going to create an enum, which is network error. Okay, I've typed error. And then we will have just a bunch of network errors. So invalid, empty, blah, blah, blah. Pretty straightforward. All right, so now we need to put something here. Okay, so the first thing is let's build a URL. It's going to be equal to URL. Okay, and it's going to be a string. So then what we do after that is let's define a boundary, UUID string. So the way we're doing is we're doing post data, and we're doing a multi-part request, and a multi-part is separated by a boundary, so that the server knows, you know, where does the first end, where does the next one start, and things like that. So then I can do request is equal to URL request. Okay, and URL will be request, well, URL actually. Okay, and then request dot method, HTTP method is equal to post. Okay, and then request dot set value. Okay, so as I said, it's a multi-part because we're submitting an image along with the form data. So that's what it is, just like what you have in HTML forms, multi-part. So it'll be multi-part form data, and then this is where you separate, define the boundary. Okay, and then I'm going to do this boundary like that. Okay, and then for HTTP header field, okay, that's the content type. Okay, so that's that. All right, and then after that, let's create our post data is equal to data. Okay, so this is where you can then, just like how we have form data, so that's basically what it is. All right, so then since we are submitting the image, we'll do file name is equal to image, let's do JPEG, and then also the MIME type, multimedia type, it's going to be image JPEG like that. Okay, then let's start the boundary, post data.append. So by the way, if you guys want, you can also use a library like Aloma that's gonna do all this for you, but this also works, so whichever you guys prefer. Okay, so I'm gonna do append, and let's gonna do dash dash. So you know what, there's no need to type this, it's all over the internet, by the way. If you just go Google, you will see this kind of thing for iOS. Okay, and then the other thing I want to do is we need to now specify the user info that we are sending. So I'm going to do append, and it's going to be basically content disposition. So if you guys remember when we did the backend, like the server, we call this the user info. That's how we read that field. So that's what we're doing. We're saying we're doing form data, and the field that's going to be found is in user info, and the encoding is type UTF-8. Okay, so once you do that, then after this, then we want to append the boundary. So now, so basically we're saying, you know, the first boundary has ended, that's the user info. Now we're going to start the image, and then the same story. We come here and we say content disposition form data. Now we're passing in an image. That's the file name that we specified up there. And you also want to specify the new line at the end. Okay. And then after that, we need to specify the what the type of the image is. So right now we're saying it's image JPEG. And now after this, now you're gonna append the actual image data, right? So we're gonna do append, okay, and then pet image dot UI image. This is why we were using UI image to do this thing. Okay, and let's just do compression quality of 0.8. That's the whole reason we're doing this. Okay. Yep, there you go. Okay, okay, we need to force it. Okay, so that's that, and now we're going to close the request. Post data.append, and what do we put here? So here you're going to do another boundary, right, so that we can mark it complete like such. And then finally request.http body, okay, is equal to post data like that. Okay, so once that is all done, then we should get a response from the server. Okay, we're going to try await URL session dot shared dot data, okay, for this request. Okay, so what we're doing is basically now we're gonna basically submit the data, okay, and we're gonna wait on it. Guard let, and then you do response is equal to response, okay, HTTP response like that. And then if the code is one of let me just 299. Okay, so if we are in one of these codes, status code, then we're good. Otherwise, something bad happened. Let's just print the response and return network response, and let's just do a message of server error. That means something bad happened, right? So if what we're saying is if the code is one of these, we're okay. Otherwise, something bad happened. All right, so then after this, we're gonna do basically a try catch. Okay, and let's just do the catch. That's easy. So we'll just do error, and let's do error. So this error is passed to you through the catch, so we don't have to explicitly specify it. And then here we're going to do network response, and let's just do a message of failed to decode response. Okay, so that's that. And if everything is okay, then I can do let decoded response is equal to try JSON decoder dot decode. Okay, and then network response dot network itself, so it's going to be of this type. Okay, from who? From data, which was this one. And then we just do return decoded response like so. Let's build this. Hopefully everything is good. Succeeded. So now we need to call this submit info function. So if I come here to our view model, I think it's here. Yeah, right here we need to now call it. Okay, so how do we call it? Okay, so we can come here, and what we can do is first of all guard let upload data try. First we're gonna encode it. Okay, encode user info, else just return. That means it didn't work. So that's why you do that codable, so we can do these kind of things. All right, and then after that, let's start a background task. Okay, and we're gonna do dispatch queue. Okay, dot main dot async on the main. So we're gonna do dispatch queue, and we're gonna do self dot in progress toggle. So that means we're doing something. Okay, and then let's do response is equal to try await. Okay, pet rescue service. So I think we need to, yeah, we need to initialize this. I'll do let service to pet rescue service, like that. So then I can do service dot submit info, and now it's going to ask what are we trying to submit. So you can say pet image is pet image, and upload data is upload data, this one. Okay, then finally we're gonna do dispatch, because you want to update the UI, so you want to do this on the main UI thread. We're gonna do main.async if response dot code. Okay, so I think we need to come here to code. Whoops, that code int, and then here I can do code of 1. Here I can do code of 1 and decode response. Okay, that should work. So then if I go back, dot code, there you go, is equal to 0, it means everything went well. So all we do is just reset all the fields. Okay, and then alert type dot info. Okay, else self alert type dot error, like that. And I think that should take care of that. Okay, am I missing something? I'm gonna take this, put this here, let's build this. Okay, and finally I can do that alert message is equal to response message and self dot show alert to true. So it's going to show the alert. Okay, let's build it. So that's successful. And now we're going to fire up the server and give it a test. All right, so now I have the server up and running, and we are going to log in. Okay, cool. So we are logged in, and now I'm going to fire up the app. Cool. So let me start my screen recording. All right, so here it is. So now we're going to submit a ticket. So I'll say take photo. Okay, and I'll say take it. Okay, and then we'll do next. And let's just do Jackie Chan. Submitting ticket. Allow. Okay, let's see what happened. Okay, internet connection appears to be offline. And ticket new. That is correct. Okay, and so let's go back. I don't know why it's saying. So it looks like I'm getting this error on the screen saying content is not valid JSON. So something is not right with our request. So let's see, what did we miss? Okay, so one thing I do see is we're passing this data, but we're not specifying what it is, like JSON or not. So we need to specify this, and then we need to do, we're not submitting the data anywhere. That's kind of dumb. Upload data, like that, and then you want to have a new line after that, like that, and then we start the image. All right, so that was a mistake we did. Let's just make sure. Yep, so that was the mistake we did. Cool. All right, so let's fire this up again, and hopefully it will work this time. So here I have the app. I'm gonna start screen recording. Ooh. Cool. So we're gonna take photo. Take. Okay, next. Do John. So I think this is the error from before. So it looks like I didn't get the error this time. but if I come here, okay. No key coding keys. Okay, did it go through? It looks like it went through. If I do a refresh, oh wow, look, so the ticket did go through. Perfect. I can click on it and the image gets loaded. Kind of dirty, but that's okay. And the phone number came, this came. Amazing. So I think probably the response that's coming back from our server is not conforming to this code and message, right? So we can quickly fix this. Let me close this and let me fire this up. Okay, so this is VS Code, and man, it looks much better than Xcode. All right, so let's look at our API and where we submit a new ticket. So API ticket new right here, and aha, you see here save the ticket. So we're gonna do code of 0. Okay, and let's call this data. Oh, we don't need this actually. We don't need this. Okay, so I'm gonna move this out of the way and let's do this again. But I'm excited, this is coming through. So alright, so we're gonna fire this up again on the app, and I'm gonna do take photo. Hopefully it's gonna be good. Okay, let's take a photo of this. Next. Okay, I'm just gonna type some gibberish and submit. Okay, let's refresh. Cool, so there you go. So that one also came through, but it looks like for some reason the Xcode is not getting updated. So what's going on? Print response. That's the setter. So let's print this here. And we're gonna do print decoded response. Let's see what we get from the server. Actually, let's do this. Cool. So we got a decoded response, and let's see what we get. So let's run the Xcode again. I'm not going to do a screen share this time. We're just going to quickly do a submit, and we'll see. Okay, as you can see, so it's coming fine. Code of 0 and message of ticket created. So then that means where we're calling this, it's right here. Okay, and I think the problem is here. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. So we do submitting info. So we have a do. Oh wow, we don't have a catch. We didn't even finish this. So let me type this here. I'm just gonna paste it, because all it's just doing is resetting. Sorry, just doing the alert and resetting that. And then we should also what do is dispatch, right? We want to toggle that, and hopefully, yeah, let's try this again. I'm gonna fire it up. Oh, awesome. So there you go, that works. I'm gonna reset. I'm gonna do a screen recording now, and I'll show you guys that now it's coming very nice. So let me delete this. Delete. Yes. Okay, that's the other ones I submitted. Delete. We're gonna do a proper one. Delete, delete. Cool. All right, so now I'm gonna come here. We're gonna retake, and let's just take this one. Next, and I'm gonna do. Okay, we're gonna accept. Let's submit. Boom, there you go. Well, it would be nice if this keyboard thing goes down, but anyway, so that's done. So I'm gonna stop screen recording on the phone, and now I'm gonna go here to the backend. We're gonna do a refresh. Boom, James Bond. And if I click, And there you go, that's the image, and I can actually look it up on the map view. So this, as you can see, it's my location, but it's kind of blurred out, but that's working. And I can assign this to an inspector. See, John Doe is going to work on James Bond ticket, and I can also unassign it, or I can then assign it to a different inspector, and we can also search for it. James Bond, there you go. And how about I mark it as complete? Boom, yes. And this is also updating. So there you have it. I think we covered a lot in this YouTube tutorial, whatever you want to course you want to call it. You learn backend, front end, mobile app development all in one, connecting Firebase, MongoDB. We did Next.js, we did server actions, Next.js 14, by the way, the new one, and then reading images, using Shadcn, advanced table. Actually, that's a pretty advanced table. And NextAuth, we did that with custom sign up and registration and sign in pages. So I mean a lot. So if a person or two learned something from this, then that is very it makes me very happy. That's what it is. So that'll be it for now, and let me know what you guys think, or any suggestions you might have for another tutorial. So yeah, that'll be it.